All right. Damn, man. Getting me bored, man. Uh, guy's not here. Okay, he's here now. I will set him up. I will set him up. Yeah. Nah. I'm coming. You're not on stream, yeah.
Take me to the rooftops. I wanna see the world and not stop breathing. I'm breathing. Take me to the rooftops. I wanna see the world and not stop. Yeah, I'm sure, man. It also alternate between.
Huh? Yeah, you on, you on.
Bro, can YouTube please just please show my videos to my actual viewers like the shot I posted today now. God, YouTube. But like, I will show YouTube because at this point. This is what the right hashtags, posting at the right time, using the right tags, posting from Chrome, everything, guy. What the hell? Take me to the rooftops. I wanna see. Your 2023 recap is here. What do? Oh yeah, YouTube now does like a YouTube Wrapped guy. You know, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, they now do like like US Spotify app does their own now. They do a YouTube Wrapped. I had 530 views of this year, guy. That's crazy, bro. I had like I had 140K views this year. It's not too bad. Not too bad. It's still like my best year yet. So yeah, it's something. Team M for the win. Team M get Team M don't go out. She is on the one. Play God like come on, guy. None of the Chinese groups, Chinese teams have lost a game, guy. Can you imagine? None of them. All the Asian teams, uh, Chinese teams rather, Wolves, Q9, and who again? I think God like not lost any games, bro.
it's
That's
them that will
insane.
win. Forget.
I
If
swear, I want to see them win, guy. I really want to see either a Chinese or a Garena team actually win this thing.
if Tribe win this thing, is rigged.
They cannot win it. They cannot that if they win it there, or fight will start. I know you would use it like it's not possible. It's not just possible at all.
Yeah.
And even LG, I think LG they didn't really start out too strong, so like they have a whole lot to fix. Like, they have a whole lot to fix, especially the hard point game. It's not looking good for them, yeah.
Who is
They have a whole lot to fix.
unliking? Oh, okay. If my stuff is glitching.
What's that? Your YouTube.
Uh, he had three like I mean 4 likes, then it showed three, then went back to four.
Yeah, it's like that with YouTube. It's not just you. It's been like that for a while, like with YouTube. I don't know why. Even yesterday, the same thing happened. Like I saw 9 likes and I saw two and I saw one. I was like, what did they happen to you? He went to the wavy guy. The crowd is so dead. Oh, can you players? Tectonic. LG are starting things off. Let's go. This should be fun. Should be fun.
Nah, we got this. We got this.
LG just lose in peace, I beg. Just go in peace, I beg. And there's like a little delay from okay. I think I'll just end stick to watching the other listen for LG, man. LG. I don't know. It's not like I hate LG or something, but I don't see them win this season. They Vegas is just too cocky, I guess. When the guy is way too cocky, the Vex me.
He's too good now, so
Which is too good. Maybe rest. It's good, yes, but that doesn't mean the right to be that cocky, bro. What the hell, man? Okay, wait, he's too good, but see what players like Lucas were doing yesterday. They were single-handedly carrying their team like 50 kills back to back every game. Why have they not done?
Noms,
The thing
noms.
is too good. You know, it's too that's not too good. He's just lucky that he has like really good team and he's in a really good team and he has this popularity or whatever. But like against, come on, you want comes to like player stats head to head against those players, he's nothing near them. Players like Lucas how, where, like every single game. That guy dropped 50 kills in every single game he played on hard points yesterday. He won. But it's really carrying only him. I think they have to give him some respect. Veg is good, no cap. He's one of the best, but I think the team he plays for also like matters a whole lot. And I really want to see LG lose. So yeah, just
My guy has money. Stack this change.
LG LG straight LG oh no. Wait, who's LG playing first game?
Oh, they're playing against is
What's it
it
called like? What's the
Q9?
game called like? Ah, they will lose. Well, LG will lose. Q9 straight win.
Uh,
$50 in, bro. Q9 straight win. You keep playing. Come see, YouTube chat. Somebody says tech has money for food only. Hey, people are toxic.
oh my god, that's crazy.
The guy says tech has money for food only. Like, what the hell, man?
Wait, they should show versus who again? I keep missing it.
What's that?
Luminosity versus who?
Hmm.
They
I
should
think it's an
show
easier thing
them.
because like people are just coming in there, everywhere in chat.
Bro, I can't play with my phone plugged in. Damn,
Why?
that's it to block my
Why?
fingers.
Man. Oh yeah, even with you, I don't play my phone plugged in actually.
To block my fingers, I don't
Who are they
know.
playing against now? Why did they show LG 6 1 in the show? Who are they playing against? See Vex name. But their names are long. What the fuck? Van, Kent, Dave, waiting, they want
They have middle names now, like us.
crazy though. Guy, China is really listening, I beg. Nothing you want to tell me. China is either Q9 or this guy is Wolves. And I really want to see Wolves win that thing, I beg. They deserve
China,
it.
you want
They
China to
freaking deserve
win?
it. It's every single time it has to be like any. So maybe this year we're going to see something different. I really want to see that happen. Like 3 years back to back, guy. They should rest now. What season? Vague with the glasses. Vague,
Hmm.
drop the glasses,
God,
bro.
the camera they used to shoot this thing is no joke.
Guys, see Vague, guys. That's like my dream hair goes, bro. I'm
The
Nigerian,
shots
bro.
look clean. The video looks clean.
I'm Nigerian, bro. I need good hair, bro. Yeah. What is this, bro? What is this? Like the devil, bro. So bro
I
called
mean,
wolf
the
overrated.
production
Can
is
you imagine?
clean from this thing.
Why is Big so bad mounted?
What do you call them?
Bad mounted rather? Why? Like no, why? Like literally why? What is what is too is overrated? Like what you why? Why? Ah, I really want wolves like do them something. Like why would you say that? Like why? What's the literal used to say that? Like yo, what's it concern you? Ah god.
Okay, it's
That's Big investment.
Kajendra that is playing them.
Ah and then that will lose now. He did. That will lose. GG's. GG's.
The switch up is
LG
crazy. That's mad.
LG straight win. LG straight win. No
I'll
cap.
just try them.
No that way about it. Straight win. Straight. Like Argentina really struggled to get here. Like even in arena, they literally struggled against like the other sides. South Africa
Diamonds.
and well, let's see what happens.
We have diamond camo. That guy has diamonds on his hands. That's crazy. The guy is
Like,
grinding the real
what?
life
Why
grind.
are they flaunting money now? Why are they flaunting money? What is that one?
No, it's
The
like
wine.
I don't know the name they call it. It's kind of intro something.
Why would they do intro in flaunting money? Can't they do something else? Must it be money?
I mean, the time you need to come up with different thing from how many things. I mean, that's crazy.
That big rest. Say lie.
Maybe if they had more time and more people and more sets, but that's what they have. So enjoy it.
Somebody says if Kajendra beats LG, go to ask somebody else's mom on a date on chat. Okay, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm definitely
Mm,
here for that. That's
people
wild. That's wild. Like,
are
have you
harsh.
seen Falcon? Have you seen Falcon using the war machine, like the African Falcon? Have you seen that guy using the war machine?
Uh,
That guy is terrible. Like on chat yesterday, like how would you watch Castro yesterday? I can't be happy with that guy. Stop using one machine. It's not for you, guy. Like this guy literally commits suicide in one machine every single time. He does not get any like important kills. And I'm like, yeah, just pick something else. There's Claude, there's and then pick something else, yeah. Trying for the freaking nominations. Hey, why am I watching this show on set? 1080p.
that's good.
We best who's
The way these people,
what? Tour. Tour. Okay. You really trying to share something. Yeah, me, I'll try left there. Oh, good. I did today's like a little bit more quiet than yesterday. They've only got like 5K on stream. Yesterday we had like close to 10K. Yeah, that was insane.
yesterday was hot now. They played till
Yeah,
around one,
I swear, guy, like that was, how many what guy that, do you know how many hours that's like 4 p.m.
8. Sorry,
4 hours, 9
9 or 8 hours.
hours. 9 hours, guy. What the hell? Like, how do you play for? Oh, that's crazy. I've done it before, Sha, but like not like at a stretch. Like, I'll definitely take breaks. Like, go and eat, definitely.
Yeah, they had
Like when I was
breaks
graduating
now.
that point, like, okay, they
Teams
had
had
breaks to
break.
share.
Yeah, they had breaks.
I remember when I got to leaderboard that year, I think it was 3 days, and then I was literally playing for like up to 12, 16 hours a day, guy. Like, I was just playing. I was not playing Codm all throughout if my phone died, I go charge again. I will just wait. I will play till like as I enter that board, I was like, I don't play again. I'm done. I'm done for the I'm done for the month. To reset. I'm not playing this Dragon again, guy. Like the mental stress, Jesus Christ.
Mostly when they give you evil teammates.
I swear. No, it's not only okay. I know what happened. Since I started glancing early now, I was not actually meeting all like the big guys. But see, I think I met like I once got nuked like four. I actually got nuked in Grandmaster 5. So my first game in Leggy, oh my god. See the team like they were 5 stack. I mean I was not playing stack, just I was ranking. Like the guys on my team they were for stacking, and I was like the fifth person. So we played against an initial 5 stack. Guy, even her glitch was not working. And I think again too, I met Lil Arts. I met Lil Arts and like his squad. And then that was raid. I would never get that day in my life. Like that day I got traumatized. Like head glitch was not working. I stopped pushing point. I was like, let me just camp one place and be getting kills. I will camp. They will see fish without that. I will see someone from behind, like he's my front. I'm behind him. Get the kill now. I will start shooting. I will still not get the kill. I'll be like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got traumatized that day. After that day, I was like, oh, I'm not playing around again to reset. I'm done. I'm just done. Ah,
This Jesus Christ, this guy's aim is so good. Oh my god.
who's that? Too much for you.
What's his name? Farhan or something.
I'm watching this thing. I'm like, oh my. They got 6K for stream. That's good. That's a good number. The tonic, bro. The tonic is like one of those players that does not even stress about movement, but like he's got the accuracy. So movement is like nothing to the guy.
As movement is not pro players. Some
And
of them
that's
movement
like
is not the core thing. It's aim and game
it's just
sense.
aim. And I think that's why tech is like so cracked. The guy is just aim is just too freaking good.
Yeah, the guy is too good.
Like Ajendra, I think back on P2, playing for scraps. Reputations, guys. Reputations, guys. Rotations,
Yeah,
rotations. Bad rotations. They're not rotating on time. That's gonna be very bad for them.
even if they'll
But see,
tie. Yeah, I knew it.
wow,
I
it's
knew.
tight. Damn,
Yeah,
bro.
I knew they were going to tie. That was a nice point to grab.
I think they left too many scraps. MV, War Machine, damn.
Damn.
This is like if it was Falcon with the War Machine, like Falcon would just I think if Falcon goes to the chat, I'm dead. But Falcon with the War Machine, you will literally commit suicide. I don't know why the boy makes that like just stop using the War Machine guy. You're good, yes, but drop the War Machine. It's not for you. It's not for you.
Oh my god. How did he get that kill?
Okay.
More they're investing the score. I mean, operator.
Really ups. I think it's actually wasted. Like it wasn't needed here. At least they got the hold.
Oh my.
But this Fennec guy, like
Ban
I
is
don't know, man.
moving.
I think this Mystic Fennec is something else that I don't know, and it's never came back to COD. That's like the painful thing. I don't think they'll ever bring it back.
Club is not live again.
It's not live again.
Yeah.
Check what's up. He texts me and like, let I think he should come join the watch party then. Text him. BRB.
Hmm, that's nice. Yeah, see the lead now. The lead is so good.
There we go.
Nice. Oh my god. Bro, they are picking them apart. Damn. Nice one. Nice.
In fact,
Oh, oh.
yeah, he said he wants to go and eat. So
He can hit on stream though. What's the thing?
you know, he's a very civil person. He's not like you.
Which one is Civil? Which he tell him to come. Send him link on Ninja. I'll just put his voice even if he doesn't want to record.
It's true, but
Yeah, 145, 60. That's a nice lead. Oh, clove, nice one.
who's who's winning?
LG, the.
Back to stream. Back to stream. Like I said, Fab, so maybe he might comment. I sent the link, yeah, so he does come.
Alright.
LG 116, man. It's not looking close. Kakendra. I'm sure this is what Mustache is streaming right now. I'm 90% sure. It has to be this.
It's going to be one stream today. I'm sure it's gonna.
Yeah, yeah, most likely one stream. So like it's all watch parties.
Yeah.
Kakendra. Come on, guys. Don't let me down. Don't let Mustache AJ down, bro. Come on.
Nah,
Big.
nah.
That's
LG takes the win on this one. I'm not being biased.
it's just fact, yeah. It's just fact. It's
Yeah.
just fact. But just facts like anything can still happen like that. That's a twist on the story. Anything
Let's
can
see
still
how the
happen.
S&D will be, though. Damn, okay. Three dead.
Yeah, I think S&D might actually be again just like a start point if they play well. But the hard point is definitely gone. Definitely gone. There's no comeback here.
Bro, LG are everywhere, bro. That is. Ay, why? Oh my god.
200. Free fire wasted. Damn, how did he choke that free fire, bro? Come on. Ah, oh, GG's.
Just go next.
Like,
Leave them. They
not
can't
even
win
get
on this hill. Go next.
not even get 200, bro.
Exactly. 100 club them.
Oh, bro. This is no I take it from like Kalendra, bro. Even though I think, well, if it's maybe Smart Omega were actually here, they would have done way better than this. I don't know how. I don't even know how Kalendra qualified. Like, yes, they're a good team, but compared to like the other heavyweights of
Oh
Karina, man, like they're
yeah.
not even close.
Maybe
They're not
something
close.
happened that time. I don't really know because I watched that match. I was surprised they were
They defeated
losing.
Smart Omega guy. It was a very big upset, and they defeated Smart Omega for like. I watched everything and I was like, how does that even happen? So like they qualified, but I think if this was Smart Omega, they would have done 10 times better for sure. Really.
Oh my god. LG is playing them as if they are tier 3 team. I swear to you. Nice. Nice. They did not
Then,
100
but then
club them.
I think Fab said is coming, so we should have like a set person here. And 239, the 100 point mark. Yes, let's go, Kendra. And no comeback, but at least the 100 points for sure.
Yeah.
That's like a redemption from a statue. The Tonic, bro, still going. Let's fight. Nah, everything there. 242. And I think the fact that they actually made rotations first for themselves, yeah. That was like why they had that 100 points. And now back to P1, it's too open. It's gonna be hard for anybody to hold on to this, yeah.
Come on, is this a comeback?
Come back here. It cannot even happen. It cannot even happen. Like I put on my life saving on this one, it will not happen. Where's Potty? Actually, Potty
Yeah.
after this come back. I'll put my life saving. Not mine. GG's LG.
GG, GG, GG.
GG's 6 8 points. Shoot, that's not bad. Numbers are not bad. But how did
Yeah,
William get 300K views yesterday? That was mad. Like
yeah.
they're actually dragging his city out now. I don't think I don't think Jerry will talk. But they're
Oh,
actually dragging his city. Like the
oh,
comments.
CDL had 100 last night.
Like at the time, huh?
100 views. I mean, sorry,
Oh, wow.
100,000.
There's levels to this stuff, bro. I think that's comp thing that happened on Twitter too. I mean, on his own stream was like one of the reasons too why like they brought him or like sorry, the other audience. Sorry,
But CDL
like the fans.
is not that big compared to others, sure. There are others that are really big.
I'm when I'm waiting for the stream that I'll see like 1 million per stream at a time. Has it happened? Will it happen?
Jesus Christ. Charity match, 2 billion for stream. Bro,
Man, dude, what the
wait, you don't know?
nah,
I posted
like
about it now,
that's
my story.
that means that's and that should not crash. Like this should like YouTube
No,
was crash that day. YouTube was crash. What the hell, bro? 2 million stream at one time. Like ah, that's
I
insane, bro.
swear, it was so beautiful. Like,
Call of Duty mobile esports, bro. I've not played COD for like the past 2 or 3, I mean 4 days ago. So, but to rank every time you say, okay.
I've played, but I'm not playing rank. I just play shipment.
My, my phone is just terrible lately, bro. Like it's having two A frame drops. I need to get a new phone also.
Don't get me started on lag. Lag is just mad.
LG Mobile, bro. LG went hard for it, but SMD, I think SMD that might be a different story. I can't tell. I don't think it's gonna be that easy for them for sure.
I feel this is too old.
Nah, as Kagena is like they're a very good SMD team. Like coming from Garena, they're I think literally almost all Garena teams are really good at SMD. So
It's
that
true.
might be
Sha.
that
Let's to
might be the map.
go around 20, around 18.
Yeah, yeah, like it's always over time with them. Always like they're
What
just so good.
like, what the hell?
But also LG is a very good SMD team too. So like it's kind of like matched, which
Oh,
is
I
very
like
good
I
for them.
like this stuff they are doing. They put the webcam or put the webcam now. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Is it like double elimination? So like they go down to like winners, I mean losers bracket, I mean.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Today, I think they'll have like 8 matches.
And
They might, they
that's
might,
not much.
they might
But like
come up with
once
it and they. So
if it's eight
fingers
matches, but it's
crossed.
like one stream, yeah. So like they have to one stream now, eh?
Sorry, you said?
So I think the 8 matches are like one stream, yeah. So like it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's gonna be longer. So I don't know. Uh, it might be like 5 hours kind of something or four.
Yeah, that's too long, eh? That's too long.
Yeah, that's still long, bro.
But nothing compared to yesterday for sure. Nine
Bro,
hours, bro.
what's this
9 hours.
rush? Why are they rushing?
Like go the heck? Like I shouldn't be staying in the lobby for like 10 minutes.
Eh?
Did he
S and
what's
D
going
is
in for lobby?
S&D is not respond.
But like maybe they want to play fast paced. Like maybe it's their style of yeah. I think LG is like that. Like they're always fast paced. So I think Kagenda just tries to like match their pace or whatever.
No, I'm not matching anything. I'll camp spawn with him, man.
You
Now, now
come
carry,
for
now carry me, come love me. Like, imagine losing. You're going home. You're not even entering price pool bracket, sir. Like, come on,
wait,
man.
why are they all have why did they all have the same profile picture? I mean my ID didn't
No, they're on their gun.
okay. On what?
I
On their
think
okay,
it's
okay, 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 okay. Down. What's she down? That's the snipe.
no. I think it's the production team that is doing it like that.
Why? Why would they do like that? What's the
It
and
looks
why did
kind
they
of.
put a sniper like on Washington? Like AK-47 there. Doesn't
It
look like
looks.
sniper.
Yeah, it looks odd.
You should change that thing, guy. This was she guy. Rest now, rest.
I'm Yankra. They are chatting.
Okay, okay. Come in, come in. Find that kill. Come on, win the what the wow did you not win that gunfight now? What is wrong with these Kagenda players now? Don't form a hand. Don't form a statue's hand, right? Get that one. I said.
Right.
Where's the train when you need the train more, bro? Come on, come outside. Train, move. Wash it. Sniper, Big finds one. Big, just rest, bro. 2v4. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like Big again. I don't know why. No, I love Big. I'm a very big fan, but in this World Champs, I don't want to see him win anything. I don't like him in this World Champs. I don't want him. Wash your rest, I beg. Come on. Ah, God. I can't drop now. You guys are good at SDT. What's happening? Ah, how do you lose two straight rounds? Now, why me?
You should cap that.
Bro, if you guys be 7-0, but I'm going
You
to be,
don't.
I don't know, I'm going to upset.
It's not respond. You don't have to match their pace. It's just
Exactly. You can just calm it down. I don't know, man.
yeah, calm it down.
Ah,
Oh
let's
my
go, let's
god,
go, let's go,
nine.
let's
It's
go.
nice two
4v2,
case.
finally. 4v2 now. Let's go. Washi,
Hey,
rest. Come on,
we
snap
didn't see anybody.
it.
It's not even scope to like check for head glitch.
Not at all. Tony, but I die.
Ninja diffuse. Nobody knows it's closed. Oh
Just
my
go in.
god. Crow,
Do the ninja
crow.
defuse. Do the ninja defuse, man. Washi finds one. Sniper, quick scope. My find two goes down. Tectonic now. Ninja defuse. Must you push? You. You are pushing, Jean. Thank you. What's the not 6 9 guy? Who was that? Who was that for this series now? Who was that? That's then.
That's
Who's
crazy.
that for that?
It's
Zen, Abi? Zen,
wait.
Abi? Is Zen?
I
Is it
know.
Clove? I think it's Clove. It's Clove. It's Clove.
It's
Clove.
what's his name?
In my which that guy's name?
I can't
What's that
pronounce.
name? Is it Hard Kicks or something?
I
Bro, that is Zen, bro. Okay, I don't
can't.
have numbers advantage now.
I can't even see the
I
name.
think it's Mark Kicks. I think the name is something like Mark Kicks or Marcos. Whoa, he shot a sniper, baby. But nade does not connect. Damn. Band, please rest. 5v4. Bomb plans go down. Zen.
Try to Wobang now. Try to Wobang. What's with this pro player?
Go bang waiting. This metal now. It's all metal. It will go through. LG Tectonic, LG Band. If you overextend, you're gonna get punished. And I want
It's
to see you
not
guys get punished. How what she stop sniping these people, bro? Clone. Band,
Ninja
Ninja
diffuse.
defuse. They will never do it in their life. I don't know
Jesus
why.
Christ.
What she backstab, fight one. Why would you fire with that kind of why
Oh
would you even
my
fire in that kind of place,
god.
guy? What was that? What are they doing? Ah, Gendra, let's go! 2-2. Let's freaking go! This is what I live for, man. This is why I said Garinatis are two S&D. The two S&D oriented, so anything can happen.
Nothing gonna happen. But yeah.
Everything they pay. Put your
Yeah.
money where your mouth is, guys. I can for the
Ooh.
win. How much?
Oh, he's stunned.
Snipes. Back kicks, give me snipes. Go, come on. Not good timing. Fuck the tonic. Ah. Wipe up
I'm
there,
dead.
bro. One. Rest. 1v4. You can do it, man. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Thank you. Take that one. 1v3. Let's go. The clutch coming. The clutch king. Fran.
Which clutch,
I be the clutch
bro?
king. Come on, Fran. I believe you, Fran. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Guy
Don't
dreaming.
go there. The tonic is already there. Don't go for that.
Semis. This is not semis, no. This is not semis.
Ah. I think this is like quarterfinals. Like, it's not even quarterfinals because like, they still have reserve bracket, so it's a
We
very
still
long
have a
way.
lot of matches to go.
It's like double elimination or something.
Yeah, we
Oh,
still
guy,
have a
what
lot
was
of
that,
matches.
man? Ah, why did you push Tech? Tech is going to be a glitching. Why did you push like that, bro? Calm down. Stop rushing. Agendra, come on.
What's this?
Oh, let's
What's
go. Come on.
this?
Guys, they're being too aggressive now. Let's go. The
Nice
aggression pay.
too.
3 Find one. Front. Give me that kill.
Oh my god, see movement.
Put advantage
Just see the
numbers there.
way.
Find that man. Find that man. Find the man. Come on. 3v3, bro. Marquis, have you seen this guy named Marquis? He's gonna get the plant.
Oh, he's dead. Oh,
Let's go. God name. No, don't go there. Backstab, let's go. There's a backstabber coming to you. Find him first. Find him first. No, don't do that. It's right. He's going to lose that. He's going to lose that gunfight. Matic, no. But they just took my life, bro. Welcome to Nigeria. Let's take off my webcam. Take off my
Yeah,
webcam. It is. Come on, bro. Let's go. Kagendra, let's go. 3-3. Bro, I'm telling you guys, these guys are going to do, they're going to do wonders, bro. Chocolate of Nanas. I believe in my boys. I believe in them, bro. Kagendra all the way, bro. Kagendra all the way. Kagendra all the way. They brought like back. Let's go. Yeah. Bring go to Nigeria, bro.
yeah.
Six watching. That's like really good numbers for Call of Duty Mobile.
He's one shot.
Yeah.
He's one shot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Big. Go to I don't want to get cursing on stream, but big get out.
Kachendra all the way,
They say
bro.
big humbled. They say big humbled. Let's go. Big is getting humbled. Let's go. 4-3. Let's freaking go. Garena on top. Garena on top. Garena on top.
Hey, hey,
Garena
wait
on top.
to. Yeah, shoot body. That's that's bad omen. That's bad omen,
But the
though.
shooting is it's too early, man. It's too early to do body shooting, and like it's too close to call.
This
That's
way,
not good.
this way you win the match. That's where you body shit, not like middle of.
See, but no, that's not about Garena. They're only
Oh my god.
team bodies. Like even if you watch their trash players, they're only shooting bodies. Like I think there was a team that was actually on 7-6-1, and they now got 6-2. They now body shooting the other team. Like how does it make sense? You're losing 6-2 and body shooting. Like how make it make sense, guy? 4-4. Damn. Kagendra choke. If you guys choke this, I will swear for you guys. Okay. Oh wait, Vitality was like body shooting. So I think they body shooting throughout the whole stream, and, and they got kicked out. They got sent back home. They play. This is bad omen for you guys, bro. Mustache AJ stream, OP commentary, normal, normal. On YouTube chat, they're like saying everybody should go watch Mustache AJ stream. Normal, normal. He's the best caster, bro.
I
You gotta
swear
watch him.
that guy is a good caster, right? But I don't know
They
why
say
YouTube chats sometimes to disrespect us. Like, bro, why you commenting on the mainstream to go watch something?
they play, keep playing, bro.
Oh my god.
Damn, look at that lineup. Damn, she's a collateral, man. She's gotten that, bro. GG's, man. They've lost momentum. 5-4. Damn. Not
People
now,
are
not now.
giving people are giving vague content.
I swear.
That's crazy.
Chat is saying, but the short course.
Exactly, now,
Definitely.
yeah. I said it.
They said, they said that sniper dude selling, and it's actually because that was a nasty
Oh
collateral.
my
Like, let's
god.
get that collateral.
One god name.
Damn, got the 5v4, man. Come on, LG, go home. Just freaking go home already, bro.
Oh,
Let's
nice.
go. Envy goes down. Thank you. Win that
Hold
gunfight.
on the
Give
envy.
me more. Thank you. Get that
He's
kill. How did you not get that kill? Go. Yes. What is this sniper guy doing? That was not him. That was Washi. Agenda, please, 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 please.
production. You fuck up there. You would have leave that POV. Even if he died, don't leave the POV. Let him die so that we'll
2v4.
know.
Kagendra is going to equalize. Kagendra, Washi does not win that gunfight. Thank you. Thank you, man. 1v4. Kagendra all the freaking way. Let's go.
Tech clutch.
Tech clutch, kill you there. Tech is not clutching anything.
Watch
No,
now.
tech.
Just the
Keeper.
play.
What's that good?
Oh my god, there's somebody lying out there. Jeez.
Thank you. Let's go. 5-5. Let's go. 5-5. Keep playing, bro. Playing. You learn. You learn the hard way, bro. Yeah, I'm literally watching this stream on 1080p. Like, what the hell? I know Arsenal with 1080p. I need stadium so my YouTube stop playing this on 1080p guy. Who did that yet? I'm bloody Nigerian, please. I'm not that rich yet. I'm watching to 1080p every time. Yeah, Nipa, bring the light back now. What is this on and off then? Ah,
Nice.
I've been out for the win. How much?
So if they take this lead, is oh
Damn. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Easy the fuse. That was too easy, bro. Keep telling you, bro. Don't
they're
play my boys. Play me
they're,
nil. Let's
they're all
go.
alive.
Match point. That exactly. That's the idea, bro. That's why nobody goes to us.
1-1.
One more to go, boys, and we win the whole thing. Mustachio's gonna be proud. Mustachio's gonna be very proud. I need to go watch Mustachio's stream. I swear. Not this ODM stream. Thank you, match point. GG's. Oh, come on. On top move 3-3.
Who tell you
Ah, come on. Why they over pushing
at
now?
the same batch they watch?
That's the match they want to. Hey, I don't. Oh, 1v3. Come on. Why they overextending?
Oh, nice.
Find that good. 1v2. Still time to play for. Come on. Got this in the bag, man. Got this in the bag. 7-5. No
They have
overtime.
seen
No,
him.
don't push. Don't push.
They have
Don't
seen
push.
him. They have seen him.
Yeah, I think don't throw now. Ah man, you should
Take saw him earlier. Take saw him
come on, bro.
overtime. Production.
No, man. I'm
Ah,
not happy, bro. This guy should just go win. What was that accuracy, bro? What was that? What
Moving
was that?
just taking 2 piece almost every round. Like, is my eye paining me?
Let me get out. Wait for the L. Take
Bro,
loses left.
he's on 6. Oh, it's not him. Bro, Take is on 14 kills, bro.
Exactly, bro. As in tell you just shoot the guy. The guy is just different, bro. The guy's built different. And he's obviously built different in like size, so you can see that. It's obvious.
Yeah. Nice
Crazy game.
shots. Take.
Take rest, please. Rest. Just rest in Jesus' name. Rest.
He's using the base version of Grau.
Like why? Why?
Maybe, sometimes skill effect can block your view.
Yeah.
So for like
Come on,
1v2s,
that's right, man. Stop selling. Leave it to
oh
back
my
and
god,
forth. One.
he's
Come
getting
on,
that kill.
man. Please get that kill. Please get the kill. If you lose the gunfight, I will swear for your daddy. If you lose the gunfight, it's
What?
big.
What? What?
Come on, man. Watch your back. What? Thank you. But you should. Wait. Tech shut me up immediately, bro.
He said body shoot.
GG's. That's GG's. Oh, match point again. But these dumbass boys, bro. Not LG, man.
Nade, Carton.
Wait, today is best of 5, guy. That's insane, bro. Guy, it's 9 hours game. It's not 5 hours stream. It's 9 hours stream, guy. It's best of 5 for every team.
Oh, nice. That
Like,
means Katendra has what do you call it? They could come up.
yeah, definitely. They still have hope.
GG.
Ah, they got robbed. Case closed. They got robbed. This was cheating by the referee. I don't know how I feel it, but when I feel consistent, bro, that was not cool. Man. That was not cool, bro. That was not cool. That was so not cool.
Excuse me.
That was so not cool. I don't know, bro. I don't know why I could get out like fold my hand like that. Where's my statue say? I think I should go watch the man's stream and see what he's saying about his voice. Might be having his voice right now. My statue AJ.
He got messed up.
The one and only mustache AJ 20. Oh, he's not gonna hold up people on stream. That's new.
Do you know where to redeem code points?
We didn't call point how. Gear code.
Uh,
It's yeah, I know. It's hey, I've forgotten this. Somebody told me before. Well, it's on the COD app. Just go. Oh yeah, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. I'll check. 27 people on Mustache stream. King himself. The real goat. Yo, he's got 1.9k people on stream. Sorry, 1.9k via subs rather. I think he had like a very big audience on Facebook yesterday, but YouTube is not really like his thing. They had like a very big audience on Facebook. I think close to 35k viewers, 4k viewers. But now on YouTube is like really bad. It's not bad, yeah. It's not bad compared to like Carl's page. You probably bring the light back, bro. Come on. Don't do this to me. I think they go control next, yeah? Yeah, control. Best of five, bro. If LG win all three, then Kavendra should just go. They should just pack and go, my big. It's annoying, bro. They're very good team, Shah. They're actually trying. It's not easy. Why is MTN so shitty nowadays, bro? I don't know. It's just so bad. Kavendra all the way. Let's go. Who's calling me on WhatsApp now? It's open. Not now, man. Not now. No, 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 no. I'm watching World Champs, bro.
you
They are
can
basically
mute.
in the World Champs thing.
I'll
What?
mute it. I can mute.
I don't think the course. I don't worry. You should text me. Don't call me. Text me. But tell me what you need. Text me.
I missed you.
I say my favorite song. Yeah. Bro, Deepa, please bring the light back, bro. You guys should not be doing this to me every day.
It's the trio.
I think, yeah, I think I agree, bro. I won best before, bro. I don't look and say, when it comes to gunfights, man, that's just way better. LG, so it's
Wait, since your webcam is now, let me just remove mine too. Alright.
like my internet router is just so bad that I'm literally saying of 900 gigabyte per second. That's bad. That's so poor. 6 p.m. Cast is by 7, so 6:45. Oh, yeah, yesterday class stream was so annoying yesterday. Like the boys refused to start a game. Like after the first game was good. And after the first game, like 8 p.m. game, we finished the game around 8:30, or 8:40 something. Now Trinity and Noxious were like, come on, play now. 8:52, I was still in lobby, guy. Like I don't know what they do with their lives. They just refused to start game for like a whole 1 hour.
Damn, happens. What's this? LG just tearing them.
RG is a good control team. That's one thing I've seen so far. But I'm still better than them. So 25K on stream. Yeah, why is it that when you're watching like CODM ads, CODM videos, you don't see ads? I think they've not monetized the channel, or they don't want to.
Probably.
Like because you never see ads ever. So I don't know. I think they did not monetize the channel at all.
Or they signed deal.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I think who signed you YouTube recently? It was Call of Duty, yeah,
Yeah.
but not mobile. That's like actual Call of Duty.
TDL, yeah.
But mobile still streams on like Twitch and all that on different platforms. That's like what with mobile meme and Trovo. So they said we can't stream mobile meme on like YouTube except the SA streams. The rest of every other stream, including the end, has to be on Trovo.
Yeah. True
That
was
that
I don't know about True.
actually I don't know. I think they fell off, guy. There was one time when they were like very big, but now they've got less and less streamers now. Platform is just no, it's not as encouraging as it used to be. Oh, pop solo, bro. We could call later, bro. Text me, bro. Text me, man. Text me. More. I think the lives are like too equal here. That's like really equal.
2018. It might
2018. Memories, bro.
they went back in time. 17.
Definitely.
Mm.
Just going back in time, like go forward, bro. Stop going back.
Ooh.
Can't.
That that's the book. Oh my god. They just enter his
Elito, friend. Thank you. Let's go. Gendra, let's go. What she brings that? Oh, Nalito too. Come on, guys. Come on, friend. Come on, connect that shot, man. How? Mythic growl, guys. Oh, I think yeah, the leggy growl is actually preferable to the mythic. If you ask me, how did Washi connect that shot? How? If not be hacks, how? They should ban LG for that. That was hacks. LG needs to get banned.
nice
Let's
3v9.
Spawn trap. Let's go. Spawn trap. Let's go. Thank you, boys. Thank you. Gendra for the win. Let's freaking go. 1-1. No comeback here, bro. No
Imagine
freaking comeback.
1v8,
Let's
bro.
go. See accuracy, guy. See accuracy, guy. Like this fan guy, his accuracy is
Hey,
insane.
hey.
What's she?
Okay.
1v8. You're not tectonic, bro. You're not tech. Ah, backstab. GG's.
Imagine he turns it to 1v2.
I saw. I saw. I saw. I saw.
The crowd will
Wait, someone.
scatter.
Yeah.
Everybody will scatter.
Did you see the comeback that Vote had on LG yesterday? Did you see that game?
No.
Guy, from 249, Vote were sorry, LG was at 249. They did just one more second on the hill. And they still lost that game. I mean, no, I mean, I think 248. And I think there was also another game also where it was 249, 201. 249, yeah, 249, 201. And then we saw 249, 250 guy. Like, comebacks happened yesterday. Oh. Ah, I was just seeing screenshots up and down, like, CC comebacks, guy. But Volton, I actually watched Volton live. Like, Volton was crazy, guy. On P1, Arsenal, yeah, P1 Arsenal. Comeback was insane. He shocked LG. LG was like, how? When they brought out all the big guns, all the operator skills. When I was they shot down LG was like, yeah, that was so funny to see. But I think Volt has gone home now. It's painful, bro.
Oh,
Oh, is that God
20,
fight number?
23, 10. That is, it's choked. They don't have lives
Wait, I
at
think
all.
wait, I think your screen is faster than mine. How is that possible? I'm actually watching on the mainstream. How is it possible that your screen is faster than my own? But you said 2310 and I was seeing to 2512. How is that possible?
Did you
Why? Did
maybe
you?
maybe fast forward
Is
the stream?
MTN? Oh? Is that live? Is that the 100% live? I think it's the MTN guy. MTN is
Ah,
useless.
maybe
That's
go
slowing
out
down my
then
stream.
come back.
But that works. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it works. Oh, sure.
But damn, that backstab.
Bro, I just lost network.
Oh, welcome back, bro.
I thought you were even muted.
Kendra, reef, bro. Reef, bro. Kendra, come on, come on. That's the advantage on your side. Make use of that. The spiral, the free fire here. Banned, banned, banned. Lose the free fire. Just lose that thing. Just waste it, waste it, waste it, waste it, waste it, waste it. War machine from Envy, not Falcon. Thank God. We can actually see. Guy, I'll keep attacking Falcon all my life. Until he stops using that war machine, guys. Just stop. And I think Envy's wasting it too, but at least it's better than Falcon. He's not committing suicide, so that's one thing. Be fire. Kendra, let's go. Fight. No, there's not gonna find that.
All
That's
five
advantage
dead.
on their side. 9-6. Spawn trap. Spawn trap. No! Come on. Don't
Oh,
let LG make this comeback, bro. 7-5.
5v7.
Come
If
on.
they stack it, they'll win.
Oh, be captured. Can you imagine?
I knew they
Can
were
you
going to.
imagine?
I knew they were going to stack it. I knew. I read their mind. I swear to God.
So wait, so okay now down to losers bracket, yeah, for Kalendra.
Yeah, yeah.
That's annoying, bro.
Bro, Vic, they are scary, oh, bro.
They're not going to win anything. Let them do this kind of thing against Q9 or Wolves. Then I'll know they're scary. Q9 will kill them. Don't worry. Come, come. This year, nothing for Garena this year. Sorry, nothing for any this year. I take my words back. This is why I like Tech. This is why I like Tech. He's a humble guy. Where's Vic? Where's Vic? Vic did not come shake them. Where's Vic? Stupid boy.
So the guy has easy.
Too much guy. He's good, but like bring it down, bro. Not even Feg is like that. Come on. Feg is not even like that. Like Feg is literally owning you, bro. It's the fact now. It's the fact. Feg will literally own him. He wine.
No, Fair can't.
Are you? I how? Why?
Fake
What do you
plays
mean
on
Feg can't?
iPad, bro. He should come and play
If
comps.
Feg if Feg decides to go to mobile today and like what you say wine, he would.
Yeah, he'll be
It will take
good,
him like
but he'll
2
be
months.
good. But before he
He's
will
going to
be
own Feg.
good, the
He's going
big
to
will
own Feg.
slap him.
How? He go own Feg. Rest.
Like he can't just pick up phone and be good. No, it will take
Yeah, no
time.
more, sure.
Uh-huh.
But several players they just picked up phone and they're good. They just picked up phone and they're good. See cash players, so the same thing. They just picked up phone and they're good. We all like iPad players now, even me. So they just got phone recently and they're freaking good at it. So
Their phone no be joke.
no more, no more. That phone only joke. RM9, RM8 them. I think the lowest player in cast like RM7, the lowest player in cast. That's like Apathy, I think. About RM7. What's chat saying? What's okay? God like is next, yeah. Who is this? This band, Abby?
Yeah.
It's not band. Yeah, yeah.
Was she?
This is Washi. Oh, this is Washi. I think band is the one that does not play with Tom sleeves. He's the only player that doesn't play with Tom sleeves in that team,
Yeah.
and that's good. That guy, no Tom sleeves, and he still plays really good. I don't use Tom sleeves, so like he's my mentor
That's
now. Play.
Can stay without thumb sleeves, but I like thumb sleeves.
I don't like them, guys. They just feel different. And I feel like if you want to be the real goat, don't use thumb sleeves.
Ah.
You know, I'll know you're the real goat.
Yeah. Which kind of
Oh
talk with
shit,
that?
man. Nasty clothes. I kind of tried, but yeah. LG just too good for them. And
Not
I think
not. Uh, yeah. So good.
I always knew Kagenda were gonna struggle like on stage 5 because come on, they literally struggled to get here. Like it wasn't easy beating like people like Smart Omega. It was not. It was too way too close to call. And I think somehow if they actually had Smart Omega on here, it'd be way better than Kagendra. But again, Kagendra did well. They did well. They did well. They didn't give up that easily.
It's nice. It's nice. It's alright.
Say what? Is it watching about to cry on chat? This boy are toxic. Say what she's about to cry. What the
I'm on clean trio.
rest? I beg. LG qualified for next round winners bracket. They are going to face Q9 hopefully, and they are going to lose. Go down to losers bracket. Amen. I claim that. I hold shift. Let's go. Glitter explosion, my baby. This is my girl. Actually, you guys just don't know yet. She- She's actually married, okay? He paid when I see him. He paid me, guy. I was so sad. She had a boyfriend rather. Boyfriend. I was so sad. I almost cried, guy. Well, I take an IG.
Oh, IJ.
Broke my heart,
I
bro.
think I'm following.
I broke my heart, bro. It broke my heart. She posted the guy, and I was like, really, really, girl, you do this to me, girl. And that's not cool. See, it's a LAN event, so how can ping be issue? Some people are saying they are tampering with ping. Like, how's that even possible, guys? LAN. How do you tamper with ping in LAN?
If they just like to talk rubbish, it's important.
You can't tamper with ping in LAN, bro. Best.
I've not seen any posts like that. Yeah.
So, like on the YouTube, here on the chat, on the CODM's main chat.
No, I mean later.
Okay, glitter. I think it was a story post, but yeah, just scroll down. You might still see an actual post.
Screw up. That's it.
I think those are time with effects, but I think it was a story post, yeah. It was literally kissing the guy, like on story.
No!
Broke my heart, bro. Like that.
Oh
That
my
ended my.
god,
that
Cobra!
ended it for me, bro. That was what I realized. That I had to wake up, bro. I had to wake up, bro.
I'll turn
First Aerith and now
to
first
Buddha
it was
mode.
Aerith first, then now it's Glitter. And it was Aerith at first. Then I found out Aerith had a boyfriend, and now it's Glitter. She has a boyfriend too. Like why am I so unlucky with love, bro? Like everybody I've got a crush on that literally in love. What the hell, man? Too new for you, but if I where's Boom Whitey? I don't see that guy on chat. Okay, he'll be on Gary stream. Boom, big fan of Boom.
Boom.
See, Tribe has the hardest match of their lives. Okay, Tribe is going against Wolves. But Tribe will chop it. Tribe will chop. They will chop Shege today. Tribe will chop Shege today, Ajay.
In the blender, they are.
Wait, quarterfinal. This is quarterfinal. How is it quarterfinal? Quarterfinal is like okay, 8 teams. How is it quarterfinal? Because they still have losers bracket now, so I don't understand why they're calling it quarterfinals.
Yeah, if you check the brackets, maybe you would have started. Maybe look for it for you.
Kagendra, man. Kagendra are dropping. Now it's gonna be SPG up against GL. Godlike against who's SPG? Who's SPG? Who's SPG? What's the actual name of what's the name? Powers is still here, Sharp. Powers is a Ghana team too. And they're going against Q9. Ah, no, now why? That's not fair. Why would you play Asian against Asian? It's not fair now. That's Asian against Asian now. Come on. It's not, it doesn't make any
Is
sense.
it not the bracket? Ah, Jesus.
Why play Asian against Asian? Na lie. They know what they're doing. Pair them against somebody else that's not Asian. What the hell, man?
Right,
That,
so
that, that
Jesus Christ. The quarterfinals is also double. I don't get.
bro, in for a long game today, broski.
Wait, I don't understand the bracket.
How's it? How's bracket looking
Wait,
like?
I'm not sure any team has gone home.
Are you sure? See,
Oh.
many have gone home. That they posted on their YouTube, on their Twitter, that they've gone home and like will start kini kini. Yeah, they've gone home. Vitality also posted on
Okay,
their Twitter that they've gone home.
so so 1-0. People that win now, they are gone. Oh, they are not playing again.
Are you serious?
I think so.
Agenda is gone. It's not possible.
Okay. So the way the bracket is, people that
Yeah.
has 1-0, we go up. That is, this LG now is going up.
Huh?
This Kachendra, they're coming down. That is 0-1. So people will play 3 times self today.
Damn. Damn. That's
This
insane,
thing is
bro.
still long. Oh, what the hell?
Well, it's just these 8 teams that are here, or are there still other teams?
Wait. Okay, wait. Maybe I said it wrong. So people with 1-0 we stay up.
Yeah.
People with 0-1 we come down.
But let's say I never understand until they talk Java.
Then
We continue talking.
wait now. Then people with 0-1 will come down. Then when they play again, because they are going to play again, when LG play again, LG now will now be 2-0. Then they'll go to the next bracket. Yes, I'm
Guys,
correct. I'm correct.
if you my teacher in school, I would fail my exams. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, bro.
So basically, I've sent you the brackets on WhatsApp. So people with 1-0 will stay up. You 0-1 will go down. Now, if LG, I'm using LG now as example, if they win their match again, they are going to the next bracket.
Like, this is yesterday's bracket. Now, where's today's one?
This today's one,
And like they only see yesterday now. What are you saying?
yeah, they have played them yesterday. So all these teams now, just use your eye and put them there. It's not edited. They have not edited. You don't understand. Okay, if you win 2 times, you have 2 matches. If you win 2 times, you are going to the next bracket. You get it?
Where's Jared? Jared to the world disconnected again. Welcome back, bro.
How does
That's sad life, bro.
so
And I thought it was only MTN that told him.
so if you get 2-0, you go up. If you get 1-0, you come down. If you get 1-1, there's brackets for you for 1-1, and there's losers bracket for you 0-2. It's confusing, Sha,
What the big go?
but I think I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. Don't worry.
What did Jared say? That Jared on drugs
Where?
on chat.
Uh, I'm saying I wish I can. Yeah, I think I can pull the brackets into stream. What am I doing? Yeah, I think I can.
They drunk all the way, bro. All the way, bro. All the way to the home. all the way to the airport, bro. You can attend.
Mm, okay, are you still on stream?
Yeah.
I'm pulling it. All right, so look at this.
Just delay, hold on. Welcome.
Yeah, I didn't put delay on this stuff. Why is it delayed for me?
Yeah, I think it's a natural issue.
So, Vira, what I'm saying is, if you look at the bracket, people with
Yeah.
1-0 will stay up. These people now that lost to LG are going to come down and play with anybody that lose. So I think they are going to play more than 3 or 4 times. So
This makes
LG
sense.
now we play again. If LG wins their match, they are going to the 2-0 bracket because they are up 2-0. That is the next bracket. So people that are 1-1 will come here to the next
So the one
up
one is like they've
bracket.
won one series and they've lost one series. I mean, that's what it means.
Yes, you have, yeah. Then
I understand.
if
I
you
understand
lose,
now.
that is the O2, that is like losers bracket. So you have to like,
And they've lost two series entirely.
yeah, today is going to be log. I hate this system. I hate it. I don't like it
Wow.
at all. Swiss bracket is crazy. But
Some point
let's
gaming is, I think, India too. I think. I don't know. HBG for the win.
come on.
Against
Bad
who?
man, they know. They know say I'll be back on my toe. They said they were there under the roof.
Yeah, it's fast, yeah. It's like tech. Looks like tech. SPG, Indian boys, bro. Indian boys. I follow some of the godlike players on IG. One of them is IG Len. That's his name. The guy is like really famous on IG.
I like the instrumental they are playing. Is it Indian instrumental?
He,
Yes, they mix it. What? Oh my god.
I don't know, so
Listen to it.
I
Listen
can't
to
hear.
it.
I know I stream. Listen.
No, any stream at all. Uh, what?
That's what I stream. People are watching our studio page.
Yeah, what's
No,
else?
I mean,
You hear it. You're hearing it, right? Yeah. I think makes sense. So what?
play again, bro. I don't know why I'm doing to these apps. I didn't post anything like they said a comment. I didn't comment anything video or whatever. Well, personally, one day I'll just wake up and delete my IG, delete it entirely.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Why are they using money now? They should stop this thing, guys. Making me see here. I'm broke. I know, but you don't have to remind me I'm broke. What is all this, bro? I'm kind of not getting a slot next year. I'm not gonna watch World Champs. I'm not gonna watch it. And if we do get a slot next year, I do hope like the first day they'll be like, "Yo, Carl, come and hold the African stream on your channel." Ah, you go see me die.
I mean,
SPG, this voice man, that looking good. But this Indian boys are so fine. I'm not gay, bro. I'm considering it now, bro.
I good.
Keep playing, bro. SPG, starting point gaming. Yeah, has freckles on his face. So cute. Aw. Go get everyone like freckle. Who is SPG playing? Guys, okay. The Western team should end as because we've improved strategies in destroy mode. It's always S&D for these boys. Like I don't know how all these Eastern teams like they are just S&D based, yeah. All of them,
Yeah,
all of them. It's only Q9 and Wolves that I know. Okay, these guys are actually very good at when it comes to like actual. They're good at hard point and response. But what the other teams got like Vitality, Kagendra, they are all S&D, all S&D Bs. I don't know why. They have to fix that thing, bro. Because like S&D cannot win you a full comp. You need to play everything, man. But Tribe is not going to win anything this year. Like that one, I am sure of it. I am sure. For the first time in my life. But wait, this same thing happened last year. They had bad form. They came from the top bracket to go and win the whole thing.
I
Do you
swear
remember?
to God.
Like their form was very bad at the beginning of the season, and from nowhere they just started killing everybody anyhow, defeating
They
everybody back to
cooked.
back.
They cooked.
I swear, they cooked everybody, guy. The thing shocked me. I was like, should not be trying to flaunt anyhow since with this. So I think maybe don't do that same thing this year. But I doubt it can happen. Maybe Q9 will stop that, maybe, or even LG. But I don't see LG win. And I hope next year, I think Red Magic sponsored last year now. Was ROM, Nabi?
Red Magic.
Which phone sponsored last year's event? Was it Red Magic now?
Yeah, I think.
This year is Samsung. I hope next year is Apple to bring iPhone to come and sponsor the event.
Pray.
But I think Apple is actually trying now. I think that the next phone is going to be a gaming phone. It will shock you. Can actually happen. Godlike for the win. How much? This is Len, yeah. This is that guy on YouTube. The first one there. That guy is famous. The guys are lean, though. See that guys slim. India boys. See their faces. Okay, I think SPG is Chinese. Sorry, I be Philippines. In they're
Stylish.
IG Learn. We are probably gonna get copyrighted again by CODM for sure.
No issue.
Crazy people. What?
It's a no issue.
Yeah, no issue, man. As long as it's still on the channel.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you hearing the song now?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Godlike. They look godlike.
Yeah, in Indian boys now.
I tell they're so smart. Godlike for the win. I mean, it depends. When is NA versus NA?
But I can't wait to see LG and Tribe. They will destroy Tribe. Tribe will get humbled. Like they will
Oh,
get because the way they are playing this season, I don't know, man. It's terrible, guy. Terrible. I don't know how they qualified yesterday, guy. I don't know how they qualified.
they're good now.
Which we are good.
It's because of this bracket. This bracket is just is criminal. Imagine losing, then coming to win. Like, bro, like, come on, man. You shouldn't use this bracket next year. They're just making it long for views.
Yeah, to get more watch time and all that.
Make it simple and short, man. That's the thing,
No,
bro. If you watch,
but no. But if it's simple and short, like it's literally useless now because like
nah, it's a
it hold
lie.
the hype of
It's a lie. I
one full
cannot.
year hype, and then it's not be short.
You see Rainbow Six
Yeah,
CS:GO, bro. You can't watch their stream, bro. You go and sleep.
why? It's too long.
Jesus Christ, bro. Their sometimes I to think their tournament takes the whole year. Like, what the hell?
They play.
Like one match in Rainbow Six is like 4 hours. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I'm
Wait, one match?
telling you, it's that long.
How? Why?
I know. I don't really know their format, so sometimes I just watch then leave.
Is it mobile? Is it a
No,
mobile game or PC?
PC.
'Cause
They, they, they
I've seen
have
you post it before. So,
yeah, they have mobile version now.
well, I'm betting it's not like that good.
They have not released it yet. Like, I've not finished.
Guy,
This
what was I don't know what this was mobile. What is happening to it? How long did to release them? Now, wow.
it takes time, man. It takes time.
Like a whole lot of content creators are like playing it already, but they're not giving it to the actual community. What the hell now? Sweet. God like for the win. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure. Variety. I'm 90% sure. God like wins this. Yeah, do you want to bet?
Come on, God like wins. Alright.
YouTube now, please now, please recommend my videos to my viewers, please now. YouTube, YouTube, I beg, I beg. YouTube, I
It's
beg.
like they're
Yeah, we
warming
should
up.
end.
Oh, I can see that guy hands moving. They're warming up.
Guys, if you want to now, some of them are too confident to warm up. People like Len. God like actually won one comp last month in India, like in LAN. It was a LAN of their states. Like see how it's like so good in other countries. Like the states gonna host them. The governor of the states now host the LAN. Can you imagine?
See, don't it's okay. Move on.
Move on, guy. Africa is not going anywhere. Man.
Oh yeah, I don't want to talk about it. They should just I beg.
If I don't have my way, I think He barely even uses YouTube, but his every stream yesterday has like 2K views, like on like he was having like 1K per stream, 2K per stream. Do you get?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that I think it's because I think it's because he was like hosting like a full stream to himself, like a full game. Do you get? So I think that's why. And again, it was Facebook. It was not on YouTube. He doesn't ever like post on YouTube. Like only once in a blue moon.
Mm,
And he's got close to like 2K subs on YouTube. So like that still counts. That counts. Let me check his YouTube again. Mustacho AJ 1.93K now. It was 1.70 something K yesterday. Now that's gone up. You see? See the power of Codm.
uh,
Got like okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Got 35 likes, bro. That's crazy, bro. at, at least at least he still like has numbers kind of, so it's not that bad. GG's, bro. GG's. Okay. Yo, I was there's one feature. YouTube says like when there's this new feature YouTube added that if you tell your viewers to subscribe on screen, like that subscribe button is going to glow. Like there's to leave a like, the like button will also glow. So I'll test it out on this live, but I'm already subscribed to my channel. I'll use the different channels to go down.
on
Give
Boom
me some.
White, he said if God like lose, he will end stream.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. But Gola could definitely win. No cap. They definitely will win. Do you know Keith? Do you know Keith?
This guy is saying Jerry and Kai world champs win. But if anything happen, we'll be here. Don't worry, don't worry.
Oh, wow. Do you know Keith? Do you know Keith?
Yeah,
Do you know that guy?
yeah.
Wait, so is he like a developer or a content creator? Which one is he? No, because no, when I first joined, like when I first saw his channel, that was like 2 years ago. I think he used to say he was a developer for CODM. I think that's what I thought.
Well, he's a mad player. Which developer? I don't know
Yeah,
him as
because I don't know.
developer, sure.
I think I said that once that he developer for. I don't know. Sha.
Uh,
Maybe I think he will. Sha.
if he's a developer, that means he can slap players now. Dev that can play. That's that I watch his tutorials like mad.
I swear, the guy is just good. I beg. He's really good.
Anything
Honestly,
I
the guy is
want,
really.
any settings I want, I'll go to his channel.
Bro, his shot has 2.4 million views. One shot, 1.1 million views. Guy, 1.2 million. Guy, this guy's shots are insane. Millions of views, bro. His videos also like average 50K, 100K views. That's good, bro. Good for
All
him.
right, short break. Yeah, we're taking a short break too. views.
But every day now there are new progressive monetized, new progressive monetized. So like it's crazy, bro. That's like other platforms need to actually start monetizing their own platforms too, or else they'll lose plenty people. The game not start finally. Let's go.
Yeah, me myself, I'm just going to full screen watch.
7.5K watching. That's crazy, bro.
Or imagine Optic has the mobile thing. Oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh, I like this setup. Oh. Their webcam is by the side.
Yeah, I can see that. It's long overdue, man. It should been here for like ages now. If you want control, got like definitely SPG going to P2 now. They need to hold on to P2. Need to make that move early. Find one. Wins that gunfight. SPG Bird. How is your name, Bird, bro? Can you fly?
Uh,
3310. The man is just spamming the crowd, bro. Looking for those kills. And why would you have the leggy and the red dot side? Guys, stop buying leggy if you're gonna use red dot side on it. Like stop. Just stop. Don't buy leggy again, please. Don't buy it. Like don't tomorrow, just don't bother buying it now. Like what's the
oh
use,
my
guy?
god.
Like see Codin. Codin will use mythic Ogre with red dot side. Are you mad?
Oh,
And then Garena players, they are very fond
oh,
of that thing. They can do that thing.
that's close.
You see, you see players with mythic Ogre, mythic kilo, and there's red dot side. Like why? Why?
God, like, I told you they were God, like,
Yeah, definitely go.
I
Why did
told
not
you
do
they were
yesterday?
God. Oh my
Why did not
god,
do why did
Trunks.
not do yesterday? Same.
Oh, Trunks is crazy. Hi.
Yeah. Where's Angel? I mean, learn. I've not seen learn doing anything here. Like one of the best players. He's got 8 kills actually. That's not bad. Where's learn? Strong is going wild, bro.
Yeah,
Strong is still going. Damn, nasty claw finally get answered. Thank God. 59-33. Where's look at Len. Len is the OBJ player. How is Len the OBJ? Okay, no, he's not OBJ. Okay, he's just camping behind that scene. And I later, how is he missing those shots? How can he be that bad? What are you thinking, Len? I, I I
okay,
think Len's
that's
girlfriend actually broke his heart.
oh, you
Len actually
back.
broke up with his
You're back,
girlfriend.
sir. You disconnected.
I just gonna I mean I disconnected them. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. It was actually you, not me.
Keep playing. I was like, damn. I think God like are definitely gonna win this, like no doubt. But again, if SPG can actually like just create an
Let
offset,
me
it's
see. I
going to be
actually
mad.
missed off Sam.
What? What's that? Is that game sound on stream? Am I still connected? Okay, I'm still. Equalizer, Prevail's gonna go down the spiral, bring that out. Damn, who is this? How's okay? Okay. Is that game sound on stream? Songs, that kill, back and forth still. The 100 mark for the side of got like for sure. I did see that on comment. I knew they're gonna get there first. Second one off time. Biz goes down, back and forth, 112, 48.
He's on pace for well over 50 if he keeps this up. The Guagua steps into his way. SPG up to 50 points, still keeping themselves in it, and a good sense of control here around the Fountain Hardpoint. Typically pretty mixy, but SPG have taken away a lot of the map at the moment. Chance for Guagua to continue on his bit of a rampage, clearing out the windows, long-range shots. Yeah, a little bit of help there, and SPG can take their focus back to the hardpoint with Guagua on 5.
That's right, 5 in a row looking for the next victim, but resists a lot of damage, tries to hide,
What
goes for that
are
kill
these names,
now.
bro? What's the
Neutrino
Guagua,
gonna say
bro?
no to that, and SPG
Hey,
finally
Guagua,
got a
bro.
second there to breathe, but that was just not enough. Godlike, slowly but surely, getting more and more momentum, just no walling onto the opponents, getting between 10 and 20 seconds each
Then,
heal.
I'm
Has
taking
been
kills for
so
Len.
huge for them that at this point,
127
they are
captain,
over
got like on
double
back
the
on
amount of
P1
SPG goals with
fountains.
131 to
Then
only 70
it's gonna go
on the side
down.
of SPG.
And the worst news here for SPG is
What did
once
you say?
again, the operator economy has flipped back into favor of Godlike.
I didn't hear you,
Neutrino
but okay.
both have operators at the ready as he rotates to
131,
what we like to call a money
got
hill,
like
where you expect
XPG,
to be
got
able to pull
like
45 plus of the 60
well,
total
I like
associated
letting
with
FG
a
come too
Godlike
close to them.
own
I
rotation.
thought this was gonna be like an
Player
easy
on the
one.
map, but Learn, an
But
operator
SPG are
named
just looking
#1
too
in
good,
blue.
and I need to
Just
now learn
focusing
them,
around that
find
mid
two.
driveway, and Learn is
Production change to POV to go.
holy smokes.
Come on, show
The
me learn.
pace,
That's a
the
massive 4 piece,
efficiency,
and they did
the
not even show
control
that, bro.
from Godlike, absolutely
Find 5.
perfect.
Come
And
on,
get out of
there's
our
5. There's 5.
face,
Find
swaps
it.
away.
Then
Locked up
nice.
smoke
Connect it.
for
That's gonna be
SPG
5.
in the opening 20 seconds.
Not enough time, but almost 6 kills with that
150
Annihilator.
encounter and
Now
got
on
like
top
having
of
the
it all,
OJ
there's
in the
Neutrino
people.
with
War
a
Machine.
gets
This
one,
is not a Falcon.
gets
This is
the clean, turns
Neutrino.
around.
He's not gonna
Still
wait for
has
War
so much
Machine. He's
fire
gonna
beat
fight
coming
too.
up the stairs.
Falcon, bro.
Not
Falcon.
gonna find
I
any
really
more
forgive
kills
me
over
for like
there,
the
but the side of
steady
Godlike with
fighting. It's not my fault, bro.
3 points
It's
in
not my
here.
fault.
Continue to control 28 kills for Trunks here.
Yo, crazy,
Wawa
bro.
tries to get inside with a claw, doing a lot of damage. Finds a way to the body.
Yo,
Won't
Jimmy.
be enough for his bail. With the kill, gets taken
There
down
is.
with a nade. SPG with another break
I
inside
actually might leave
of
you on stream
this
like in the next
garage
5,
area,
6 minutes.
and they need to try to figure something out because if it
Oh,
if it
cast, yeah.
continues to be this way,
Cast
I'm
gaming.
not too sure if they can recover.
There is an opening here for Standpoint. Godlike are very early on this rotation over defenses.
He's not even 70
So
graphics
even
yet,
though
bro.
they're
I don't know why he's
technically
not 70
here
graphics.
first, there's still some time before this hard point unlocks to where Standpoint can try to play a bit of recovery, but Prevail goes unchecked top office. A pivotal power position over the top of
Let
the
me
zone. Now
tap.
he's
Let
got
me
equalized
cast
just
tap
to
on
make sure nobody does the same thing to him. Oh my
on
goodness.
cast.
We kind of heard from a lot of the NA guys who scrimmed this Godlike team before the event
Why
started
not,
that
bro?
Godlike was looking nasty, and we're seeing exactly why right here.
And let me tell you, we've seen moments from Learn, from Trunks, from Avis, and also from Neutrino.
They're still not saying GFX. These guys, like, see what I'm they're not saying. I don't know why Africans will live. Africans just never change, guys.
With another double kill there with the equalizer, now with the Fennec at a huge distance, finds another double
It's not funny,
kill.
guys. It's not. I swear, it's not funny. Like,
Unbelievable way of playing. You said it yourself. We've heard it from different
these guys tell you,
different
you not see
players.
saying
They
graphics.
all
Like, what are you
agreed
guys
that
doing, bro?
Godlike had a huge opportunity to bring something new into the table, and that's
He's got the
exactly what they're doing
whole
here today.
Unfathomable. The amount of just overall dominance across every element of Hardpoint that Godlike's been able to provide. 34 kills.
I'm trying to see if they've actually sent. What did they call it?
I mean, this
GFX.
is
Still nothing.
chance for SPG to try to fight for the early time here at Rock, but Trunks and Neutrino come through, find themselves 3 of the 4, and it just, my goodness, it's not even just the fact that Godlike is dominating, it's going to be the mental toll.
How do I do
that
all these
Godlike's
things?
doing this in, because
Just
there
send me the
hasn't
link.
been a single great moment anywhere for Standpoint. So
How do I send you guys?
but takes himself out of the picture.
You copy
so again,
the
heavy
link
investment here for Standpoint,
on the
and it
top,
doesn't really come
same
with much
special
conviction over
link
the top
on
of the
the
hard point
outside.
as Godlike is already primed and ready for another break attempt.
Alright, so
The
good.
setup SPG just getting
There's still not
outplayed,
send GFX
outgunned
for
at this
today.
point,
Today's the
just
last
taken
16 Abby, and there's
out
still no
of the
GFX. What it
picture.
is?
And with this,
I'm gonna
usually
hold,
the setup
live in the
Godlike
corner.
wanna close it all up
Alright.
as soon as possible. Only 29 seconds away from making it their own. This first map has been so far a surprise and a good one for the team of Godlike, who now once again are going to lose control, but for how long the advantage still continues to be 100 points in their way. The first point, as chaotic as he can be, can provide you 1, 2, 3 points at a time, but those at this point in time are just pure gold for the Indian team.
Absolutely the case. There are so many ways that Godlike can close this map out. I think first and foremost, you kind of look over towards Garage, that second hard point with operators. That should be enough. But Looks like Learn is going to commit the Annihilator here over the top of the windows. Does get surprised over through secret stairs, so Standpoint will at least get Godlike out of the hard point, plus a couple of extra kills to allow themselves to jump in and find, again, key time. Every second is going to be a big second here for Standpoint.
That's
Godlike
right.
looking to play for rotation, 25 seconds still left. Can do more damage to the clock here if Godlike can find their way in, but SPG starting to wake up a little bit, finding a couple of good kills back to back.
Love it, the 41 kills there, now 42 for Trunks, who continue to control the opponents as best as he can. 230 now in favor of Godlike. Once again, we talked about it. Yes, it's only a few seconds at a time. That's more than enough for a team that already has a huge lead. As we all begin to move on to point number 2, let's be reminded on the first sort of rotation, SPG got there first. They had 5 players in, yet Godlike made it seem like nothing, and that's how the push may begin right now. They're going to be losing now 2 players on the side of Godlike, but there's the use of the War Machine to top it all off in favor of SPG, who continue to defend right now, doing a tremendous job to keep enemies outside.
And you have to be super controlled in terms of what you're using when for these operators from here until the end of the game if you're SPG. Have to commit a lot onto this hard point because this last 30 seconds puts you right back into the mix. And okay, hold on a second. Standpoint catching some heat. Hold up, let them cook. Finding a lot of time here. 25 seconds still to fight for. Standpoint can at least guarantee another hard point just by staying in a couple extra seconds. And wait a second, Godlike are kind of in pieces, playing around multiple parts of the map, and nothing's really turning up in their favor. This is great time for Standpoint, and all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a game.
Impressive time off of 60 potential seconds, potential points. SPG got at least the 50, if not more, off of that heal, but now they're gonna be late to the party on the opposite end, and because of that, there's the breath missile that does connect there over onto Neutrino, and that's gonna be an opening in favor of FTG, who now with another bread, that's a double for Birth, and just like that, the only one alive there is gonna be Learn, who tries to survive, but 3-1 is there with the opportunity, and all of a sudden, SPG on a fighting situation.
They're doing it. They're bringing this back to near level terms. The SMG's waking up for Standpoint. How has this occurred? You've got 46 kill for Trunks, but Standpoint are still finding time. They're going to win out the first 30 seconds of P3. Next hit from Godlike, all coming through 10. Neutrino gets the opening double. Is there a follow-up? Smoke is all over the place. Neutrino's still absolutely wrecking. Guagua will eventually be shut down. Need to hit this if you're Standpoint. 2-on-3 into the hard point. Tron's able to find a couple, but Godlike still finding kills. Bird has to jump on in. There's the contest. 248, 221, but Standpoint a little bit too limited in the resources. They made a heck of a go at it, but Godlike's lead too large to overcome.
What a game, what a game. Godlike not only winning, but being truly convincing across the majority of that game. Like you mentioned at the end, SPG definitely picked up the pace, huge time, and with 2 heals only, they managed to decrease that 100-point loss into about, I want to say about 20.
20 points, yeah.
Yeah, that was not bad whatsoever, but that's the problem when you're so far behind that although you're doing so great, just a few seconds at a time, slowly but surely, Godlike went into that victory.
Yeah, the thing about all the larger maps in our hardpoint pool is that you can, with good rotational play, string one hill to another and do so in a convincing fashion to allow yourself to chip away really quickly. But to do that over and over and over and over again, it's very tough to do. And I think more importantly, it just comes to the fact that Godlike showed up on this stage and said, let's get into it. I know you guys are having tech issues. We don't care. We just want to play the map. And I will say, between Trunks and Neutrino early, they were all over it. So maybe a bit fortunate to have built a 100+ point lead at one point in time in the map. Your Godlike Standpoint definitely started to find some fever late into the map. Just, again, like we continue to hit on, just too much of a gap to overcome.
And yeah, well, I mean, for the side of Hacienda, I mentioned how Godlike, I felt like, had a better fighting chance as in comparison to Summit, which in a way I feel like played off in their favor. Now, we're gonna be moving on to that search and destroy, in which, as you said and you were questioned, is not easy against SPG. It will not. But I'm not sure. I feel like it's more of a toss-up for me on search and destroy than it was on hardpoint here, because we've seen it already. Godlike, a really outstanding behavior across the entirety of its players. It was not one, not two, but everybody that in multiple situations just stepped up to the plate and showed how to defend his allies with a huge way of playing. Now, S&D I'm not too sure. I think there's definitely an even situation for SPG to try to make it 1-1. And that's exactly what they need, because if they don't, I said that there was a potential 3-1 opportunity for Godlike. But if SPG loses this game, Godlike can take it in 3.
Yeah, no, very much so the case. Again, that control is such a huge wound for Standpoint Gaming, flat out. It just has not been anywhere near where it needs to be, I think, coming into this event. And so they have to find other ways to win series. And the first map was a pretty 50-50 toss-up based on the records they came in with. It kind of felt like that was going to be a tone setter for the entirety of the series. And initially looked like Godlike was about to come out and say, we're going to run away with this one. So as much as I could sit here and talk about the fact that this is a big map for Godlike, at least for SPG fans out there, you caught a little bit of heat, you worked your way back into the map, and you do go to one of your categorically stronger modes here into firing range, where they did have a good result yesterday, playing it just once, and of course they took it then. So I think this is the map right here where not only does Standpoint get the chance to kind of show them that, hey, it wasn't just a day one thing, which is, to be fair, that's kind of what it was at CDFI. They came out and surprised teams, and it was just like, wait a second, where are these guys coming from? And then they kind of cooled off. Can they do that here without cooling off? Can they find a way to keep that momentum at the end of map 1, go into their best mode by region, and find a way to tie this thing up? Because if Godlike start up 2-0 up, you're absolutely right. It very well may be a 3-0 because of how bad the control has been for Standpoint.
Yeah, that's the great point over there for SPG. Can they maintain the heat? 4-0, defeating even one of his regional teams, that being Q9 yesterday. Can they continue to ramp up? On the other side, Godlike, if I'm not mistaken, played twice on firing range yesterday, winning both of them.
Yeah.
So that is also something to take into consideration. Both coming out strong on Search and Destroy, both coming out strong onto firing range, which is also why they ended up selecting that one up for sure. Oh my God, I don't know. I feel like SPG's, I don't know how the ban and picks went off over there, but that was just not in their favor whatsoever.
Yeah, kind of looking at it, since we do have some time here, I was curious, and you brought this up in our pre-show, that Tunisia wasn't a part of the pool because both teams have enjoyed it in the past, and it was available for both teams to pick. And I don't know who picked what, but as you kind of look through it, it was an Express and a Meltdown veto, which is more kind of indicative of both teams are vetoing out their worst maps, just based on how things had gone. Or I guess in this instance, you know, there is an element of the Express not really having played in a long time for a team like Godlike. So there is a wide variety of things, but I think you're absolutely right. Like, I was surprised based on the regularity that Standpoint had played it and the success that Godlike had played it, that Tunisia didn't make it into this map pool considering it was available.
Yeah, it was a surprise for sure, but you know, at the end of the day, it seemingly maybe they had a plan, and that plan was to, in a way, it feels like an even ground for them to be facing off on Search and Destroy. Firing range, we've talked about in the past, it is just a map that you have to know how to play in. That both of them were so unsure, maybe on that hard point, that they went with that selection for the map number 2, for the game number 2.
I think you're absolutely right. It felt like, just looking at the vetoes, that this was a map set that was mostly determined by we're vetoing out our worst map, and kind of just, again, painting it out for all of you big-time map selection nerds out there like myself. When you play a best of 3, you have the opportunity of vetoing your opponent's best and your worst every single time in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. You don't have that same luxury in best of 5s, which is why we kept talking earlier about how you're going to learn a lot about the identity of the teams here today on what they're thinking through, because you're not going to be able to either veto your opponent's best or your worst. You have to pick between the two, and it looks like for these two squads, we can at least say with some certainty that they're choosing to veto some of their worst maps, which, again, tells us a lot, I think, when whoever wins this match moves on to tomorrow.
Yeah, pretty much just met at the middle there with a firing range that hopefully we'll be moving towards soon. I gotta say, I really love the KDAs being behind them. It's just such a nice way of having understanding on how the team as a whole has been doing, but of course individually over there. And in case you guys missed it, in the beginning of the game, the match, we also saw the overall kill-death assistant ratio, in which, if I'm not mistaken, SPG had a considerable lead on the kills, but also on the deaths, and that's something that Godlike capitalized on hard points.
Yep.
We sure think that could capitalize on control, and now with the firing range being this toss-up map, SPG need to figure something out, need to make sure that they don't fall behind whatsoever, because if they do, as we've previously seen Godlike, they can just strike like crazy on your neck.
Absolutely the case. And thanks for bearing with us here, friends. We should be getting pretty darn close to map number 2. Why I said it like that, no one will ever know. Just what came through me at the time was very organic. Said about 60 seconds away is what I'm hearing, so firing range up next, like we continue to talk about, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how both teams approach this stylistically, because...
Do you want to take a look onto the KD from Neutrino over there? 20.6 kills for every 12 or so deaths for him.
Everyone kind of surrounds. So here we go. Finally into it. Wake up, Atlanta. We're getting hot and ready to go. Godlike versus Standpoint Gaming, and it will be offense first and foremost. We're this side of Standpoint, and they're going to go to a wide open B site. No one home at all.
No one to say no, nothing about that. There we got Sweet One still pushing forward. Bombs being planted. Learn about to try to get that kill and does so with a double before getting chunked by Juan. A great interaction there for Learn, and even prevents the bomb from being planted over there, which is a key success on that interaction.
That is the biggest point of all of that. It's surprising to see him get 2, but even more importantly, one of those 2 was the bomb planter. Action, though, on the secondary attempt. Starting to come back for Standpoint Gaming, evening up the odds. Prevail on the hunt for Guagua, who's just trying to find something to hold on to. He will be taken down. Neutrino, and clean shots from Neutrino. Fighting Chuan for the first, and then over the top of the bomb site. Time, no issue whatsoever as Godlike take the opening defense.
Yeah, good answer on the side of Godlike, because they were a little bit late to the party. No one knew what was going on over on Bravo, and SPG with a bit of a weird play over there tried to surprise and work, but the aftermath was just not there for them. Now they're gonna try to step it back, you know, make it calm, try to chill for a little bit here, and a nade is gonna be the opening frag here on round 2.
And this is more like the style that we'd seen from Standpoint when they were playing at CDFI, as well as at Masters. Be a little bit more clinical, kind of feel things out, utilize good set nades, and get your snipers involved, of which that will be enough to provide first blood by the means of the scope. Neutrino, once again, playing over through mid sandbags. Gonna make sure there's no rotation through, but gets caught. Suwon just kind of pushes right in towards 10, and now Standpoint Gaming have no threat of being alarmed by Learn. Everyone's been held back, and this should lead to a plant SPG taking their time to make sure they put it in the perfect position. That's going to allow Godlike an opportunity to battle back, get a couple of kills.
Maybe a little too late in a sense for planning that bomb. Maybe if they would have planned it earlier, that clock would be more detrimental on the side of Godlike, but who knows. Right now, 3v3, they gotta figure something out on the side of Godlike. They got 30 seconds left, and to defend, there is going to be Chuan, Wawa, and Bird. If I'm not mistaken, Wawa takes one, Wawa goes for two, but Learn definitely was ready for that interaction. Turns around, takes that heal, and immediately pushes for more. That's a double for Learn. All of a sudden, there's only Bird alive in here. Can he do it? No, he cannot. What a way to do it yet again. Godlike, reaction speed is just wild, man.
Dude, Learn is a problem. He was a threat more so than most with the Annihilator when he was playing in the hard point. Now we're giving him this look at being able to stop a plant in round one. That little snap-on closet is not easy to do, and he does it cleanly. And then Abiz helps him out to kind of find the last player for SPG, who is just trying to sneakily stay alive and use the clock as his ally. Beautiful second round here from Godlike. And maybe, on the flip side, a bit of indecision for Standpoint allows that retake to come out. So here, first 20 seconds already kind of gone. Standpoint just feeling things out again, but here comes Godlike. Three-man push through jungle, and their timing may be exquisite. No one's looking for this at all.
It could begin to be problematic for SPG, as they have now got themselves pretty much surrounded on many different angles. Look here at Prevail, and it's actually Abyss with that sniper to take the first blood. Yes, they planted the bomb, but what comes next? That's the biggest question. That's where they've been failing a lot on the side of SPG, which is quite surprising in my opinion.
They're completely isolated. SPG are getting picked apart one by one. Chuan able to find himself a bit of an exit. He could join with Suwan, who was looking to play off of a flank. It does allow a trade to come through. 1v2 situation, bomb being hopped. Get down, Mr. President. Prevail. Oh, he tries to get there, but the bomb gets stuck for the defuse. So just enough of a bodyguard gets played. The defuse gets hopped immediately, and the split-second decision from Godlike, their tempo, their pace at making these critical moment decisions has worked out now 3 rounds in a row.
Picking up, do I push for the kills as they did on the first two, or do I just distract and try to defuse? Both the scenarios have worked so far. Here pushing through A-Long, there's one. There's a double for sweet one, but not enough. Gets taken down. Wawa to the ground. Everybody's dying at the same time. That's been, what, 16 seconds? 16 seconds of a round. We're over, and somehow, some way, Godlike are in here to stay. And ladies and gentlemen, SPG are continuously getting outplayed now, not only on hardpoint, but also on S&D.
Godlike is having it their way and making SPG essentially they've nothing to work with. There hasn't been a single round where they've had a single moment of calm and controlled ability. And now here, a commitment early over towards A. Plant coming through for Chuan. Tropius is down to keep him safe, and a good double chow comes through. So post-plant setup can start to make its way across. Abiz, long flank, sniping, trying to open up space around the back. Prevail just waiting for a little bit of assistance. Can he bounce this nade right into Guagua's face? Right over the top. It doesn't quite hit. Here comes the chow, though. Kills start to come through, but no, not enough. The play deep for SPG in the alley works out, and they get on the board.
I mean, yeah, that's something that we expected SPG to do rounds ago. Finally managed to do the post-plant defense in here and get the first point going their way. I do got a question. What's up with Bird? What's up with that donut? Donuts are not good for birds, and that's something that needs to change ASAP, because SPG has been suffering as a team, but having a weak link is not going to help whatsoever.
Another round where SPG are going to kind of bide their time off of their break-off. Godlike heavy stacking towards B late, but there's so much trust that Abiz can find first blood, which he does provide. Trade comes through, though. Next one up would be Prevail. Doesn't like the look of his position. Tries it back over towards Trailer where Suwan was waiting. Now SPG with smoke covering. They can make their way over. Keep your eye on Trunks, number 3 in blue. He gets in towards Trailer. Does he want to try to contest this plant? No. Will instead hold his ground. Wait for help to come through. Neutrino and Learn, the two that need to try to supply some reinforcement. And they're still waiting to see if anyone's lurking behind this play. But the post plant for SPG, again, is deep through the backside of Trailer. Trunks trying to open things up over the top of the bomb site. Now Learn trying to follow up, and Neutrino, he's just on an island playing by himself, and he's causing huge problems. Neutrino gets 3 in the round. Now it's just down to 1. And Chuan trying to move his way forward, and he gets crossed up. Neutrino's gonna pull 4, and Godlike will exit the defensive half up 5-1.
Not allowing him to defuse is wild, in my opinion, by the way. He deserved to defuse that bomb, but it doesn't matter. It is just a defusal nonetheless, and a 5-1 lead as we flip spawns in favor of Godlike, who are so ready to take this advantage even deeper in their way. But is the flip of spawns going to be something that benefits Standpoint in some way, somehow? We are about to find out as Godlike pushes through. Along with 2 different players learn here with a bomb in hand will begin to plant immediately, to which SPG had nothing to say about.
First blood tallied, but it's a rather inconsequential kill. It's on rotation. Good follow-up from Prevail, getting a trade into Suwon. Retake on the way for SPG. They're trying to move quickly, but there's just not a lot of space for them to maneuver around at all. Even though a one-shot lands for time, he's the last player left. This would have to be a 1v4 in technicality, and he's got to do it with a scope. Quick shot will miss. Follow-up here from Trunks. No worries, no problems. Godlike already on map point. Standpoint in major trouble.
In major problem indeed. A single round is all that Godlike needs in here. They got map point times 5, if I'm not mistaken. 5 different opportunities that I don't think they want to go to the very end. They want to take it now here in this opportunity. As 2 pushes through mid. Trunks gets a kill onto Xuan. Trunks is now going to get executed. Double kill with huge value in favor of SPG, as time reaction time was amazing indeed. And because of that, they stop in their tracks. That aggression from Godlike, that is not even quite over as Neutrino, look at him go.
Yeah, the thing about it is Standpoint are so far committed forward that they're almost in a position of being self-isolated, but Neutrino knew Bird was nearby, but the shot lands for Bird, leaving it all down now to 1 player, and that will be Abiz. And he's a little bit stuck backside trailer. It's just a scope to work with. Tries to clear things out over the top of the barrels. Time will get 3 in the round, and Standpoint will stay alive.
Good job. Good job there for Time. He realized that they were pushing through mid, gets 1, gets 2, and eventually the 3rd to close it all up. That is huge value for SPG, who are still under fire. They have managed to decrease it a little bit, but the heat is still in their faces as we now see a different strategy coming down from Godlike, who all push through B. The ones defending are going to be Wagwa alongside with Bird. Bird in there at a distance with the Grow, tries to defend. Trunks gets 1. Prevail gets 2. There's Wagwa with a kill. Bird still cannot do nothing in these rounds. And ladies and gentlemen, with Suwon being the only one alive, and that kill being a triple for Abyss. That's a victory for the side of Godlike, ladies and gentlemen. They question shift on that pick for Godlike winning the search and destroy. That was a 7-2, man.
That was as convincing as we've seen all week long, flat out. And this is the thing, it's like, there's such a big part of this where Godlike, again, kind of talking about them through their entry yesterday, and now even more today, it's like there's just not a lot of good film on them. Because they ran through their region, which I think a lot of people consider to be one of the weakest, maybe next to Japan, and you can't really take much out of going flawless in map counts in that particular region. And then yesterday, you know, the results are a little bit all over the place. They have a couple of good showings, a couple of laps that, you know, maybe could have gone one way or the other, but they were a little bit one-dimensional. They played a lot of takeoff, they played a lot of firing range, and I guess what Standpoint saw was enough for them to say, okay, we can square up against these on firing range, but that decision, if it was a conscious one, is starting to come back and bite them really hard, because that was domination from beginning to end, almost like we saw in the Hacienda. This time, no letting up as Godlike are fueled trying to get this down in 3.
Yeah, they were not going to let it go as it went on the side of Hardpoint. 12-6 in favor of Abyssum. There's 8 kills for Neutrino. Those 2 were on a spree, and so was pretty much everybody else on the side of Godlike, if I'm being honest with you all. On the opposite end, SPG not doing too bad necessarily, but it was constantly being outplayed when it felt like they had it in the bag in a way. You know, they, especially in the first half, they were not being able to follow through with the defense once they activated the bomb. That was a problem that happened over and over and over again. It kicked them so hard back that there was, once again, no opportunity to try to come from it.
Man, I'm almost at a loss for words. Flat out. This is... it's just, there's so many reactions that you can have about this. First and foremost is the kind of the mystery, the facade, if you want to call it, about what Godlike was able to do in India, being perfect. Coming through yesterday, there were still these mixed bag results where it's just like, we don't know if all that pre-hype buzz, whether the scrims was really going to be, you know, significant enough to really show itself on the main stage, but they're showing that. And at the same rate, though, the other side of the sword is like, did SPG just have a good first day? You know, because this feels like, based on performances that we have tracked from when they were playing in Masters, when they're playing in CDFI, they were getting beat up by just about everybody besides like the second team from Japan and like the fourth teams from Garena. Like they were not doing particularly great in their region to even qualify for Worlds in the first place. Kind of like a lucky to be here type situation. And then all of a sudden we kind of get awoken, alarmed by how well they played yesterday, qualifying for 3-1. But was that just one good day for SPG? Because, you know, just to put it out there, this feels more like what the results reflected for SPG coming into this event. And now you have to reverse sweep. And I don't know how you do that going into a mode that you were 3-12 in coming into the event. And in particular on Raid, they're 1-6 on. 1-7 in total after their match yesterday, but they got smoked by Q9. It's not good news.
Not good news whatsoever. I think you touched on that earlier. It's definitely, it feels like they used all of their strengths on the at the beginning, and then after on, they were just nothing. They got emptied. They got no more strength to fight back. And on the opposite end, you've got Godlike, who has been, of course, super consistent across the entirety of the region. They were super good and solid in the pre-tournament scrims against the others, that now here today actually, they got the opportunity to close it in 3, and that's definitely what they're going for now.
So here we go. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Standpoint. Otherwise, Godlike will find themselves moving on to tomorrow, and they can maybe do it in 3-0 form. Over to Raid Control. One of the things to note is that in the past, Chinese teams on Raid Control prefer to get all the kills more than playing around the zone. So can Standpoint kind of change that narrative? So far, so good. Second tick of progress locked for the offensive SPG over at A, and the third one will be conceded to them. Godlike going to back off and default to playing a hard defensive B.
Okay, well, so far, kill advantage in favor of SPG, who has just captured A. That's right, nothing to be done over there. Why, you may ask? Because Godlike was just taken, man. I don't care about it. Let me show you how to defend now over on Bravo. Avisum gonna get that kill onto Birth, preventing them from pushing, who are on Godlike spawn pretty much in here, making that rotation time. We'll find that kill. Neutrino died, prevailing of his answer immediately against that aggression. And although the idea was interesting, they just closed that door so strong on the side of Godlike that SPG didn't even know what was going on.
The understanding from Godlike in this moment is absolutely brilliant. You give up A, and by doing so, you also know that you're possibly giving up a spawn trap, so you have to keep players over towards Laundry to make sure they can deal with Standpoint moving around the back. But look at number 4 in blue. Abiz is playing inside the offensive garage, and it's going to force Standpoint to have to spawn over towards AC. So they have to take the longest route known to man to get over to B, and Abiz is just farming in spawn.
That's straight on spawn trap. Come on now. Finally, they take him down, but I still feel like it's too late. Already a minute and a half has passed since we saw that control objective in favor of SPG, who are just attempting to somehow get inside of Bravo. But Godlike constantly says no to that double kill for Prevail, who continues to control the side of Laundry, of Red Room in here. It's just unreal how Godlike are playing, not only to the kills, which they are winning, by the way, but also strategizing every single move to not only what they do, but what the opponents have to do.
Yeah, 9v12 though, a breakthrough for Standpoint. They get a couple of clean kills. Now they're on for B. First tick of progress, looks like it's going to be a lock. A couple of streaks being spent, Hunter Killer drones in particular, but that's only a mere inconvenience here for Standpoint. Holding tall on top of this B zone. Retake now required for Godlike. Got to find a way to get in as the third tick of progress starting to be earned. Have to find a way to clear this. The lives are good, but can they get on to contest it? Suwon by himself, he gets the kill. Can he control the zone? 1v1 on the point, and Suwon's gonna get the kill, but he gets traded. Now a 6v2. Godlike just able to get on in the nick of time. Depletion looks good, and the last player for SPG can't quite get there, but oh my, SPG nearly stole the round away by getting the full capture.
Valiant effort, great strategy. at the end, man, at the end, SPG needs to figure out a way to start strong and follow through with it. You cannot always be playing to try to come back from an awful situation. There it almost happened. It almost happened on Hardpoint. Can they do it to begin with here on the control so far? They've lost 3 lives. They answer back with a kill from Time, who now finds a double. Time still alive, but there's the nade with a war machine, and the hunter killer drone will hunt them down. SPG not too far behind as they continue to defend. But it's not going to be a problem with Abyssum doing plays like that.
Yeah, very clean from Abyss. It wasn't a full stack for the side of Godlike after Neutrino literally kicked the door down at B. War Machine allowing them an entry, but the follow-up kills really clean, and now Learn getting to work with the Annihilator. Little turn and burner. Nice follows up with a double of his own, and that will be enough for the B zone. 24 playing 17, and SPG have to rotate back, try to get an A defense, but the problem here is you already have players at mid. You've got Prevail with equalizers in your spawn, and this could get real messy real quick.
In here, Prevail with the push, with the equalizer. We'll try to spawn trap there. Bird has nothing to do against that double kill now for Prevail. To 3 in total with the equalizer. Goes for the 4th one, 3-1. We'll say no to that, but look at that kill differential now being 7 in favor of Godlike. Plenty of time to play with. Here's Trunks once again trying to aim for that spawn trap in here. Can he do it though? It's gonna be problematic, but not impossible at a distance. There's 3-1 who once again shuts that down. A key player inside of the kitchen, but the lives remain to be in favor of Godlike here.
So much liberty here for Godlike to play around. You can continue to try to play for spawn traps. You can try to force the hand of the defense to deal with this A push. They don't have a lot of lives to do so. Essentially at this point, everyone for Standpoint has to be good for at least 2 kills. 12 playing 17, and hold on a second. War Machine out. Time's able to get 1 with that. A late nade from Prevail does essentially confirm his own trade. Guagua in the offensive spawn also creates a bit of a problem with the claw out. The Bees denies it. Said, no pre-fire in my face, son. Now the focus can start to move over 10v3, and there just are not enough lives remaining for 55 seconds of defense here for Standpoint. Bird's even calling in a Purifier. They would have to do some major damage that we've never seen before if they were to really reduce this life gap, because there's still so much clock for Godlike to play with.
We were warned beforehand that Godlike was on a spree, and they sure are. Ladies and gentlemen, as Bird falls to the ground, and Chuan is the only hope alive in a 1v7. There's close to nothing that can be done in here as Godlike continues to pretty safely capture this objective. There's the use of the Vortex and a double, but that's just not going to be enough. They're out of distance. Trunks manages to survive. And with the kill out of distance, that sniper shot. Yes, they try to make it close, man, but
I don't love the call of those final operators at all
whatsoever.
If you're Standpoint.
It's wild.
Knowing that you have to win not 1, but 2 offenses, you're going to throw a Gravity Vortex gun into a 1v6? Don't love the idea of it, and that is a major tool out of the hands of Standpoint, now having to kind of do what I call the Omega reverse sweep. They have to get the mini reverse sweep here in the control, plus the full reverse sweep in the series, and Neutrino's earned his 2nd War Machine in 2 rounds. Standpoint still able to get footing on towards B, but you can just kind of feel the wind is favoring the sails of Godlike right now. Even though SPG do put together a really strong break off, this should lead to a B capture.
It definitely should be, and this time being over on Bravo, we had a different situation to what we saw in round number 1. 2 potential different outcome, question mark in favor of SPG. Let's see how that goes, as this time around, they do not 5-stack on the hill. They are like, all right, we're gonna continue to capture, yes, but we're also gonna be thinking about what's next and how we want to translate that control capture onto the next hill. Unfortunately enough, it just doesn't work again. Look at Godlike once again doing what they like to do, which is playing a spawn trap. What even is that? Trunks gets a double. What is going on?
It's the Zim Omega spawn trap.
Wow.
They got him spawning in Gym.
I didn't even know that was possible.
It is. It happened last year. Shout out Zim, I know you're watching, brother. I know all the people in the spawn have a cheeky smile. But the thing about it is, that strategy worked out for kills, but it didn't help them win the round. Will that change here in 2023? Godlike with the front line set up over towards A. They've dug into the life gap convincingly. Here comes SPG though. Couple of tools still available for them to try to crack the code. Just comes down to, can they find the eliminations? Minute 15 on the clock. And Trunks is going to be an issue down here, bottom bedroom. Oh, and boy, is he ever. Only gets one, but still the trades are good. And now Godlike just have to kill off 9 lives or a minute 5 on the clock, whichever is more convenient.
And if they want to, they can just use the 2 operators that they have available. That's going to be the Equalizer coming down from Prevail, who is now going to be spotting 2 different enemies at once. Finds the first kill, goes for the second, takes it like it's nothing, immediately pushes for more. There's no way to prevent what's coming. Only 4 lives remain in favor of SPG. Sweet One takes that double kill. Prevail will continue to have this Equalizer for a few more seconds. And at a distance, there's also another one that was used on the Learn's hand, but it was not necessarily that effective for Remain. They tried to stay alive, they tried to stay together, they all pushed through the kitchen. There's that kill from Avisum. Ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the end. SPG are out. Godlike have done it in such a huge fashion. 3-0. How in the world did that happen, Chef?
Holy cow. Literally. That is unbelievable. India's here to not just play, they're putting everyone on notice. And look, we were kind of flirting around with the storyline. Is Godlike playing that well, or was SPG just having a bad day? I don't care. You put anyone on the stage versus that Godlike team today, and they're going to sweat or get beat down in similar fashion. That is a massive showing to a single elimination bracket, and Godlike continues to have India on its shoulders, pushing it an extra step. They've at least secured top 4. What a display from Godlike.
Incredible performance over there. And as such, it has to be recognized on the Indian region that last year struggled like no other. They bumped into so many obstacles last time, but in here today, although Vitality could not step up to the same level, Godlike surely did against plenty of different regions. They made that loss against Q9, but they beat both of the European teams. They beat also the #1 seeded for Latin America, and now it seemingly is like they're going after China.
Oh yeah, big time. It's just, again, I have to just sit there and say, like, Godlike, that performance would have done well versus anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody. That was really good hard point until it wasn't there at the end for a little bit, but we'll kind of forget that. For the first 80% of the map, the hard point was perfect from Godlike. The search and destroy was as dominant as we've ever seen on firing range on both sides of the palm. And then a 3-0 on raid where they're making great decisions. They get the Zim spawn trap off. It works out perfectly for them to kind of reduce the life lead, put a lot of pressure on SPG. And I just look at the kills. I mean, nearly 20 across the board for just about everybody. Nobody goes negative. It's really clicking on all levels for me right here, Lauren.
And to be fair, we had the extra time before this match to do that additional analysis. You were pulling on that thread. You showed all of the ways in which Godlike could benefit from the entire picks and ban space, and they do that, but in even more dominant fashion than you had ever predicted. I mean, that was a performance. Did you see the zoom in? The intensity in the eyes at the end, the celebration coming out of Godlike? I love everything about it.
Pure elation. And again, that's the thing, like talking about how this series laid out based on the picks and bans, the 2-3-5 looked like the best overall maps, but there was potential for them to sneak out a Hacienda Hardpoint win because they looked good at it when they played it in their region. 2 different 100-point clubs. But the thing was, that was such a long time ago, and we didn't know what either team was going to bring to the table with Hacienda. So for Godlike to come out, play the map that flawlessly, that says a lot about their fluidity across every single mode. It's not just on what they played kind of one-dimensionally yesterday. They look prepped and ready to go to possibly chase down a championship.
And I gotta say, I definitely gave Godlike a true chance of making it onto the next day, and I was not expecting it to be that way. I said at the beginning, I thought of 3-1, and even the games that they won, I thought it was gonna be sort of close. That was not what we saw whatsoever. We saw them completely prepped when it came down to those different interactions. In the 3 game modes, they had a plan that constantly adapted to what SPG tried to do. We saw them on control. They strategized what to do if they lose an objective, and quote-unquote lose, because they just gave it away for free.
And it wasn't just you guys. I was talking to Proper in the back as well. He also thought it was going to be a 3-1. Still in favor of Godlike. But that means it's time for us to also check in with Tom. I want to hear how Godlike feels after now securing their spot, continuing this run.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the Bees, and I mean, you heard it. How do you feel after doing that?
I mean, I feel amazing after defeating such a strong team, and now we are in the top 4. We are finally seeing our path, and we can finally see the trophy come to us.
Well, we've watched the Indian subcontinent step up and up and up and up, and you guys, you didn't just win, you dominated. Why are you so strong today, dude?
I feel there's a hunger. We haven't performed that well in the previous World Cup, but this time there was a hunger that we have to go there, we have to prove ourselves, we have to dominate every team there, and we have to lift that trophy.
You're absolutely doing it, and I think the fans at home know it and they see it. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home? Because I know, I've seen it in chat, everyone is loud for you guys. Let them know.
I would just like to say, guys, हमको support करते रहो. हम बहुत आगे आ चुके हैं और हम अब ये trophy उठाने वाले. Keep supporting us, guys. Keep supporting us.
All right. Well, you knocked him out on the stage. You knock him out on the wall, my man. All you, congrats.
It's time to X another logo off of our graffiti wall right now. Unfortunate for SPG, but fantastic run out of them. But godlike. I mean, you heard him say it's about the hunger, right? We saw that in the reactions to the win. It is the extra it factor that they just have right now. Hopefully, that serves them well tomorrow as well.
Everyone should be on notice.
Yeah.
The thing about it is you're going to have to prep through what we just saw, and it's just like, huh? Like, how did that happen? After a bunch of maps that they hadn't played yet this weekend, you know, they come in with a certain kind of vulnerability to being in, you know, the India sub-region, which we didn't know how good that region was going to be in total because of years past, but for them to come out and put up that kind of a showing versus an SPG team that I was very wrong about yesterday, and they looked like they were going to be one of the major contenders as China was really elevated with all 3 teams, I would have a hard time sitting down and trying to figure out how to play that godlike team after that performance.
Absolutely, I would be scared in a way, and because of that, let's take a quick update onto the brackets. What has happened so far is 2 back-to-back 3-0s. First in favor of Luminosity over Kajendra, then SPG could not be good enough against Godlike's performance. These two will see each other tomorrow, and I gotta say that I'm excited about that.
Yeah, we've seen some really strong performances so far, flawless performances out of some of our teams. Very, very impressive, but that's just half of the competition that we have here today. You saw in that bracket, we still have 2 more quarterfinal matches to determine the last 2 teams making it through to tomorrow, rounding out our top 4, which means for us it's time for another short break. When we return, it will be Q9 versus Powerhouse for match number 3 on the day, so don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty Mobile World Championship action when we return.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are halfway through our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition. It feels like it's flying by, and that's because it is. We just saw two back-to-back 3-0 beautiful performances out of our teams. LG, Godlike, moving through the bracket. You didn't get a chance to talk about it. We were talking about it in the green room, so I want you to hype up Godlike a little bit here.
I feel like a proud uncle watching Godlike being able to showcase on the main stage. Again, you go back to Worlds 22 last year in Raleigh. No performance was even close to what we're seeing today. They have broken past their previous threshold. Now they're past top 8, in towards top 4. What? That is insane. Nobody had India doing this well this tournament. Come on.
And we talked about it at the beginning of the show too, Gil. It's all about new regional dominance. Everyone's coming for NA.
Everyone is coming for NA. Godlike will sure get a shot tomorrow, but today you said it yourself, are only halfway through, and I am hyped. Are we to expect any more upsets today? Question mark?
Probably.
I love that. I'm here for a good storyline, okay? We said it before the break. We've got another match coming up right around the corner. Match number 3 today is between Q9 and Powerhouse. This is gonna be another good one.
I mean, you feel like that it will continuously be a good one, especially when we were looking at the beginning of the day. We had the 2 NA teams versus the conglomerate that was the East. There was only one team that was kind of breaking up the monotony of all the teams that were at CDFI, and that was Godlike. So Q9 versus Powerhouse. This is a matchup that we have seen a handful of times over the past calendar year, and most recently was at CDFI. It did go all 5 maps, though Q9 did come out on top.
That's right. They did get on top of the opponents, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they can do it once again here against Powerhouse. That yesterday they did it. Yes, they got here, but it wasn't necessarily that clean the way they played. I feel like there was quite a few situations where they struggled a bit against their opponents, while on the other hand, you got Q9 that the only team that they struggled against was their counterpart from China and historical rivals, Wolves.
All right, well, we'll have to see what happens in match number 3, but you know how it goes. New match means new epic kickoff. Tom, you ready for this one?
Cold and calculated. This team's attention to detail has earned themselves #1 in their highly competitive region. Consistency, meticulousness, greatness. Please welcome to the stage, Qingzhou Club. Oling, Shingon, Sun, Maochi, Youngyi. One more time, Q9. Men, take your seats. And their opposition, an international squad that's made their way to the top of the Garena region, with players representing Singapore, the Philippines, and Malaysia, a team that fits their name, Powerhouse. Shut up, Bingo, Incendio, Skird, and Irfan J. Once more, Powerhouse. All right, y'all, take your seats. Teams are ready. I know you are. Let's play some Call of Duty.
All right, our players are out on the stage getting themselves ready for this matchup. So let's start deep diving in. I want to start things off with talking about Q9.
Q9's road yesterday saw them losing just a single series. It went all 3 maps, and as Gilla had already alluded to, it was none other than their Chinese counterpart facing off against Wolves. Again, when it comes down to just losing maps, when you're looking at this Q9 club roster, they only lost 2 Chinese teams. That's both against Standpoint and for Wolves. So I think that you have some VOD to look at here if you're Powerhouse and trying to rectify what happened back at CDFI.
It's going to be interesting how the side of Q9 plays yet again another team from Garena. We've seen it, you said it, they've won in the past, but we've already seen that that story can change, and already did, for example, within India and the side of China with SPG, right? So I'm intrigued to see how that's gonna work out for the Q9 team as we begin to see these beautiful shots here over on the vault.
Getting a look at our players here as we walk through some of the fun they get to have before they even came into this weekend. Hopefully that'll continue for them here. You know, that's the goal for everyone. Moving on to Championship Sunday. That's the cash they are hoping goes in their pockets at the end of it all.
There was cash on the floor, but I just have one question, and there's only going to be a select few of the audience and maybe also staff that will understand this. What's inside the box? Wuling, Jinan, Sun, Malky, and Yang. That is your Q9 club roster. If there's one thing that both you and I got to see yesterday, Gil, is that any one of these 5 players can pop off. Specifically, that player in the middle, Sun, is absolutely ridiculous.
I've talked about it in the past. I'm a huge fan of this player, even with the sniper. Lauren, what do you have to say about them right now?
Well, we got an opportunity, obviously, to also speak with Q9 heading into this event. And we wanted to hear their thoughts on how the whole competition was going to go and where they thought they would place. So let's check it out.
I 我觉得对我和我的阵容来说，这次参加 Codm 的世界锦标赛意义重大。我觉得这一次的冠军是我们非常渴望的。然后我们在美国比赛的时候，我们也会想到远在大洋彼岸的来自我们国家的同胞的观众在努力的支持我们，这也会给我们非常大的动力，所以我们会保持着这个热情和冲劲打下去的。
没有，感觉这次来到世界舞台上其实很兴奋吧。欧林、丧、猫奇、西安，因为我觉得我的队友都是最好的、最棒的。玩过的，
我感觉可能因为内资吧，可能这种内资的因素，其实有时候我们也挺畏惧对面的，就是对，因为都是内资的，没打过训练赛嘛。
我最想要的是LG吧，因为他是北美赛区的冠军嘛，我就特别想跟他们交手。
谢谢大家的支持，然后我们一定不负大家的希望，把这个冠军带回去。
All right, I think that might have been one of my favorite things we've seen out of some of these interviews so far. Q9 saying that they really want to go up against LG in the championship because best team, strongest region, and they want to be the best. So in order to be the best, you have to beat the best. That mentality is so great.
I mean, it really does kind of put a sentiment in a completely different language on the giant target that is on LG's back, right? I mean, again, you are the #1 team globally, especially for a lot of the players are the defending champions from last year's Worlds. You come for the king, you best not miss.
Absolutely, and obviously we're looking at them now up here on the stage. Going up against Q9, it is Powerhouse. Let's talk about them a little bit.
Absolutely, this team from Garena that surprised a lot of people yesterday by how they managed to sneak into day number 2. We'll be facing up against the top 1, top 2, depending on how you see it for China. This team Powerhouse have yet another shot against one of the big teams out there. On that interview, we saw how Q9 specifically want to go after the side of LG in the grand final, but I'm sure that the side of Powerhouse also are looking to take a big hit on those big names.
Shout out Bingo, Incendio, Skurd, and Irfan. Some of these are sounding like Harry Potter spells, I swear. But nonetheless, Powerhouse International is definitely a roster that you do not bat an eyelash at. It's impossible to. We saw how emotional the Garena casters were, even on social media this morning, to be able to see the representation, not just for one Garena team, but both of them making it in towards top 8. A lot still to do. Again, retribution on the line for Powerhouse, trying to rectify the Map 5 loss versus Q9 Club not too long ago.
Well, we got an opportunity to talk with Powerhouse before the competition and chat with them about just how much it means to be competing in the World Championship here this weekend.
I feel proud to represent my country in stage 5 because we'll be going up against everyone in the world. I'm representing Singapore, but my team consists of almost every country in the region. We have Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. We're the only team with almost the entire Southeast Asia in the team. This year, every team will be ready for it.
I decided to join Powerhouse because I saw an opportunity in this team, championship mindset. This year, we are more prepared for the West team compared to the last year. The West team will be more comfortable because they win for the 2 year in a row. I hope they don't let their guard down.
Their play style is very different from the Southeast Asian play style. It's tough for us to match their play style as well because we can't scrim them when we are at home because it's on different servers. But I would say this year Southeast Asia would like to prove things different.
Every team is ready for the weather, ready for the home ground difference, and we're set to win because we have more LAN tournament experience than the West.
You know, they kind of echoed a lot of the sentiments that you've been saying here on the desk proper. One, they play against each other in the East a lot, so they know that, but they don't get an opportunity to scrim against the West. So there's a little bit of an unknown factor there, but then also kind of called the West side out, saying they've got more LAN experience than them.
That's absolutely the case. Again, when it comes down to these Eastern teams, they've been playing LANs since, well, I don't even know, like a long time ago, realistically. And this one in particular, between Q9 and Powerhouse, much like how the entirety of NA don't have much playtime against them, besides these Worlds and international tournaments, there's a lot to be said about the playstyles that they have to offer for each other as we take a look at the stats, courtesy of course, I Hold Shift, just giving us all these different maps and breakdowns of what we were able to see just yesterday. Very stark differences as far as the game modes are concerned. 100% though, the 2 times that Powerhouse went to control. Can't bat an eyelash at that if, of course, that map number 3 could be quite integral for Powerhouse.
And with Shift, we talked a lot about how different scenarios could be a potential good outcome for Godlike here between Q9 and Powerhouse. I was looking to find a way to maybe beat those picks, go the way of the Garena team, but I'm just not that sure this time around. I feel like overall Q9 is not only a good team, but a super solid squad to go against. And in here tonight, I am just not sure if I see a crack of opportunity for the side of Powerhouse.
We saw just how influential and important the picks ban phase was in our last match, what type of an advantage it can give, especially now that we're in those best of 5 series, the difference that can make, and we'll be getting those picks bans through here in just a moment for these 2 teams as well. What are you anticipating out of some of these squads here proper?
Well, the last time that these 2 teams did play off against each other on LAN, keep in mind, Q9 blew them out of the water when it came down to the raid control. 4-0, again, difference as far as the scoreline is concerned when they were playing across the waters. But as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, Q9 took both of them. And the way that they were able to win it was, well, quite frankly, in taking, I believe it was map 1, 2, and 5. They lost the control. They lost the map 4. But the Search and Destroys did go down on Tunisia, did go down on Express. And all things considered, when you're looking at it from Powerhouse's perspective, you did have some time in between then and now. You better hope that all of that work Exciting. Thank you so much, Glitter. We'll get all of your thoughts after this best of 5. Has the potential to be an absolute doozy, if you ask me. This takeoff hardpoint is going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons, of course. Through all of stage 4 for this Q9 club roster, they went 1-5. But all throughout yesterday, it was reverse day for them, Gil. They did not drop a single hardpoint.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same. I am not sure. I definitely feel like it could go that way, but we shall see. As far as I'm concerned, this game of Q9 starts off with the right foot. The fight now shall begin by the hands of Irfan. Wow, we are going to get to see yet another chopper, this time by the hands of, I think it was Shinan from Q9 over there using it. So that's going to be interesting. We know that here specifically on takeoff, there's plenty of different angles that at a distance you try to cover your allies over on P1. And even on P2, you just try to spray your enemies out of that place.
Don't need all the cover in the world. If you have a wall of bullets, you have to try to mosey your way through. Pretty convincing kill feed for Powerhouse as we're still doing the tango here on P1. About 5 seconds left to gain here if you are Powerhouse International, and they will be getting all of that, 36-12 at the end of P1. They also have the rotation towards new, so you got to be careful here if you are Q9. This is what they were able to do quite wonderfully yesterday in best of 3s for a lot of these different hard points. They didn't always have all the setups in the world, but their break potential was definitely something that they could write home about. Shut up. He's able to find himself a handful of kills, but Sun Jinan at least answered back with a few more. Trying to get in towards the back, though, to break up the spawns was at least Jinan for a small moment in time. And Bingo taking himself out of commission. It's only going to help out the affair for Q9 Club to break on in for some time.
Now, I do gotta say it. I see quite a shocking stat on the side of Powerhouse, and is the fact that they're getting plenty of kills. I'm talking about yesterday struggling when it came down to the kill department. In here today, they start off fresh, they start off good, and that really showed off on point number 1. Now on point number 2, they do struggle here a little bit, but as I say that, they managed to somehow take the opponents out for a few extra seconds. There's only 10 left, and they are now beginning to try to rotate onto the next hill. The first one inside is going to be Incendio, unfortunately enough, because they try to contest what was like 5 seconds of P2, they lose complete control over the map. I'm not too sure what happened over there, because like I mentioned, Powerhouse had the spawns, had the opportunity to start off fresh on P3. They opted to try to push for what was nearly no time, and because of that, they lost the opportunity to be with things under control.
Amalki is frying right now. Already called in that Predator missile, calls out the Sparrow. It completely shuts down the War Machine efforts for Powerhouse International. Again, as you were talking about, Gil, trying to rectify the issue, trying to battle for all of 5 seconds there at the end of P2. It's garnered Q9 about 30 seconds of damn near uncontested time here at P3. This is where they have really kind of leaned on in to the 4-0 record yesterday on hardpoint specifically. You give this team the setup, you give them some operators, and they are absolutely just piecing you through these very narrow choke points. Still have 15 seconds left to fight over. Bingo's going to be able to at least find 2. It's answered back in kind with a few trades, but Q9 have themselves a little bit of a comfort lead off of a money hill at 3.
All right, I'm looking right now at Shadab's stats as he gets a triple kill for himself using that Fennec. And on top of that, he's on a force spree to be with that 100-killer drone available. Yes, the utility is still there on a few players on the side of Powerhouse, but let's see how much value they take off of him. Sun there begins to push and finds that kill. Young is going to help him as well. Double kill there for Skurd using that claw, and from up above, let it rain with Shadab's Predator missile. With that, Powerhouse does a great job at the first 20 or so seconds inside of the hill, but just like that, it seems like Q9 are once again kicking them out of that place.
Yeah, Powerhouse, again, they utilize both the Predator missile, the claw to kind of break in through the front of P4, right? But still, they couldn't get in towards the back. So Q9, they still have those spawns over on the west side of the map. Finally breaking a little bit further forward is Shut Up. He is trying his damnest to carry his team across the end of the first set of hard points, but cannot get back in for the scrap time. Spawns were flipped here for a moment if you are looking at it from Powerhouse's perspective, and it might be able to give them the reinforcements that they require to get on in towards the hill. Shadow pulls out the Sparrow to find 4 in a row. It's going to be good enough for get themselves some scrap time, but not enough to completely combat it against the lead that Q9 have accrued for themselves at the end of the first set. It is 92-78.
Definitely, the lead is still going to be in favor of Q9, but I feel like in a way, Powerhouse has been just falling through a few mistakes that they eventually do fix, and because of that, they haven't fallen too far behind. But they cannot allow themselves to constantly be doing mistake after mistake. We saw it earlier with the side of the side of SPG, where they were trying to constantly fix their issues instead of beginning with a good start. Here, Powerhouse needs to make sure that they are on their A game from now on, or else they're just constantly going to be close but not quite there in the lead, as we continue to see Q9 inside of that hill. There's the opportunity for Incendio to use that War Machine on what I think would be on point number 2. He continues to clean the hill and helps a little bit more to the side of Powerhouse.
I mean, realistically, you do feel like that this game would probably still be in Powerhouse's favor. They probably have a bigger score margin if they just didn't overextend to try to break inside of P2 there in the first set. So we'll have to see what they can potentially do here, as P2 is about to pop just in about 5 seconds. Close spawn still intact here for Q9, but they only hold about an 11-second lead. If you are Powerhouse, you are nearby, but not exactly an open land to maybe try to get in here scot-free. You do have players nearby, however. Do you start dipping your toes into what resources are available? The answer is absolutely. Incendio pulls himself out the War Machine, works his way in, is able to at least find a trade onto Yang, getting good damage markers, but still not enough. The last grenade to come out from the War Machine now has to get the job done there with the Growl. Unable to be at least fully break inside the hard point, but space was provided. Q9 still holding strong. Those close spawns are still intact, but Powerhouse now working off of the pinch. 28 seconds is good enough to fight for, in my opinion, and they're finding the kills to boot.
Let's see if they continue to have things under control. The side of Powerhouse can try to defend in there. There's the push towards the construction side, now working out in favor of Q9. Great defense now, as we continue to see them constantly rotating players in and out of that hill. Powerhouse, out of that 25 seconds, got about 18 or so going their way, and as such, yet again, they're 15 seconds behind, constantly being close and close and close to the side of Q9. Can they actually jump, make that final step, and take the lead? Well, let's figure out, as, well, seemingly they're going to be a little bit late to that next rotation.
Player number 5 there for Powerhouse has an operator. It's Irfan. What's he trying to do from the situation? He's trying to pinch this alongside of his teammates. It's gunfights all across the board, all over the place here for P3. Shoutout's going to open up with the Sparrow, finds himself 2. That's the opening that you need. Also have at least a Purifier in the hands here for Bingo, but gets shut down with it in his hands. Claw down, invested here from Skirt, trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you just earned in that previous hard point, just to try to get yourself an advantage here at P3. But all it takes is Jinan to pull out the War Machine, to try to keep them at bay in these very narrow choke points. It means that Irfan has to invest the equalizer to be able to find some semblance of trades, but still, it's back and forth. Q9 will do this all day. They'll continuously try to play operator for operator until you completely expunge everything. It's Malky to get the last laugh with the Sparrow, last operator that was available in the lobby, and it's again Q9 that walk away with the majority of time.
And I mean, probably that's not what they want, but they are happy to be playing this game in which they are constantly ahead of the opponent's wrist. Right now, the furthest ahead we've seen them so far, that's 40 or so seconds in the favor of Q9 from up above there. Shutout trying to push in. Shutout with already 40 kills going his way, has been the most valuable player for the side of Powerhouse. Unfortunately enough, Isalas have not been able to keep up to that same level. Right now, they do clean the kill. There's 40 or so seconds. They're gonna get kicked out because of that play from Maoki, who gets now a double with it. And immediately, Q9 gets one more kill under their belt. They get the control through the smoke. Yankee is waiting for anyone to even think or dare to walk by by surprise. They were already behind you, my friend, and because of that lack of awareness, as Isalas got taken down, Powerhouse has 20 seconds to attempt to defend here in this hill.
EMP system invested there for Q9. It means that they can try to contest this hill for the last 10 seconds of the second set of hills. And it's going to guarantee themselves a little bit of a bigger lead going in towards the third and final set comparatively to what they had in towards the second. It will be 183 to 143. A 40-point differential. Powerhouse spawning all over the place, to be completely candid with you. Last player is in the middle of the map will be Malky, and it's a clean kill feed coming through for Powerhouse International. But it's P1, baby. It's going to be scrappy beyond belief, and that's going to be great for Q9 to be able to maintain their lead.
Let's see if they can. 50 seconds left, and they got skirted inside of the hill through the smoke. He's got the club, but I highly doubt that he's going to be using it on a situation as complicated as that one is. That is going to be 10 continuous seconds of control in the hands of Powerhouse to now bounce yet another player in. This time Bingo with a Purifier, who goes for that kill, gets it before his own death. Powerhouse doing a great job now at overcoming their demons, overcoming their trouble, but they are still behind. They need to do it better in there. Seeing through the smoke comes heavy, but not enough to actually take them out. Powerhouse, for the first time, I see some sort of light going their way.
But what did it cost? I mean, you're able to at least cut down the lead. It is now 169 to 188, but you lost the spawns ahead of New. This has been the biggest issue for Powerhouse International the entire time here on map number 1. You have to try to get these spawns in play ahead of New. Q9 were just gifted them scot-free. Uling's going to be able to find himself too. Xenon now with the War Machine up top, just being able to pepper them with an abundance of damage, taking down so many different trophy systems as much as he can try. It's Yang1 there with the Gravity Vortex Cannon, just shutting down these very narrow choke points. It means that Incendio has to invest his own War Machine just to work their way back in. But the trade game has been so supreme for Q9, just off of these close spawns, just playing up top of P2. They can simply do no wrong as they rack up more time, over 200 points.
I feel like this out of Powerhouse got like, what, nearly 10 kills here, but haven't been able to actually get inside. Finally do so for like half a second. Immediately we see the push there from Bingo, who gets executed by Yang. Q9, 220, less than 30 seconds away from taking it home. Another kill for Yang. The controller's under the bell. They try to push on the side of Powerhouse, but they're constantly behind. When they finally got a shot at closing that gap, it once again escapes from their hands. 26 seconds is all that Q9 needs, and the rotation is not going to be there, but the spawns are not quite bad there for Powerhouse.
No, they're not, but again, this is finally them fixing the issue that were the past 2 sets of hard points. They finally have players in the rotation towards New, trying to find where some of these players are lurking around P4. 2-for-1 trade goes to kill feed, 187 to 229. It will be Q9 inside of the time first, trying to at least get themselves closer to 250, and they're finding all the kills to boot. Split spawns are currently occurring. Incendio is still working over towards Courtyard, trying to pinch alongside of his teammates, but Q9's just completely shutting them down at the front door. So many kills to speak of. Operators, do you have any? The answer is absolutely not. You have to try to get in the hard way if you are Powerhouse International, and the kills just aren't coming through. Last ditch effort to try to get in towards contest, 249. No one's there to touch. Q9 strike first in the best of 5.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Q9 takes it, makes it happen after capitalizing on the mistakes of the opponents and making them always. I don't think we saw more than a single moment of the control over on Powerhouse, and that was on P1 at the very beginning of the game. After that, they were just trying to constantly catch up onto the opponents, but that just never happened.
No, it didn't. Again, I felt like that we were an orchestra that were playing the same verse over and over again for Powerhouse International. How many times were we watching them at least getting the spawns ahead of New, and then they just completely give it up? Through the first set of hard points, it was like 10-15 seconds left inside P2. Screw it, play for P3. Try to get yourself that money rotation, and they just allowed Q9 to quite literally waltz into what was a small lead. We were like, okay, you know, first set jitters, whatever may have you. And then it happened again in the second set, and that's exactly what makes Q9 just so deadly. And what we saw yesterday, they remain flawless on hardpoint on the weekend thus far. You give this team any inch to breathe in a hardpoint, any setup to have for themselves, they'll turn it into a lead.
And I mean, you said it perfectly, the way that the side of Powerhouse could have had the control, but tried to fight for 15 seconds, got 7 at the expense of losing the opportunity to be there first for the next heal. So with that, you have it, 250, 187. The victory goes for Q9. I was hoping to see Powerhouse just try to show some more here on the hard point, because if I'm being honest with you, when it comes down to search and destroy and then the control, it's gotta be for Q9. It just has to.
You would think so for Q9. Again, as far as a region is concerned, coming straight out from China, search and destroy has to be, well, I hate to really utilize this pun, but a powerhouse, isn't it? They have spent so much time just being able to perfect their search and destroy. And again, you go back to the last time these two teams did face off against each other at CDFI, the way that Q9 club were able to beat Powerhouse International, they took both the 2 and the 5. There's one thing that they know for certain, is that their search and destroy will be relatively strong. We've seen that throughout many, many different tournaments from Q9's perspective. But we are going over towards Meltdown. And as for Powerhouse's perspective, they only played it once. That was yesterday. It was a 3-7 loss of all things versus Standpoint, another Chinese team, would have thought. But clearly you left it through inside of this best of 5 because you did not want to face them on the Express or the Tunisia. That was the last 2 maps in Search and Destroy that they lost to versus Q9 across the pond. So you better hope that you had some immediate turnover going into this meltdown if you are Powerhouse. Would you say that this map number 2 was a must-have?
I'd say that they definitely play the card right to prevent complete disaster on the Search and Destroy. You said it yourself with those both being Express and Tunisia. I feel like a lot of you guys have seen those clips on Twitter from Sun with a sniper killing 4 people nearly at a time. It was just insane how he plays with that sniper. And today, I feel like it was smart. It was smart, but it doesn't take away the fact that Q9 are just so dominant that it is just that difficult to attempt any sort of way. Maybe you prevent them from playing their best, but even their second to best or even third to best is quite difficult to play against.
We'll have to see how it all pans out. Again, I can only imagine that we are probably just mere moments away from hopping in towards this map number 2. It's going to be a big one as you see Q9 having themselves some conversations. Same for Powerhouse on how they could potentially take this map number 2 away from Q9, who also played this map a single time yesterday. It was a 7-4 win versus Vitality, which if there's anything we learned off of in our last series, you do not sleep on India. Those guys came to play. Got the graphic on the screen. Verticality as it may be, it is time to get into map number 2. You feel like that Powerhouse, if they want to try to at least take this and try to really increase their chances to stay alive in this tournament, it's all going to start here.
And for all you Garena fans out there, you gotta be cheering on your team. Yes, they have fallen once. Yes, they have a really difficult situation, but doesn't mean that is the end of the world. Here, Maoki gonna find the first blood, immediately pushes for more through the smoke. Gonna be spotted there by the side of Inferno. Irfan is the one who got that kill, but only one for now. Another kill in favor of Powerhouse. Bomb's gonna be planted though, and the only one alive there was Shadab. Not a whole lot there to be done. He tried to make it happen, but it was really difficult.
Well, if you're new to Call of Duty Mobile and this is your first time watching Meltdown, welcome to the A-Bomb site, where all teams invested a handful of players over there, and it's a bloodbath, to say the least. Q9 strike first. Offensive round to boot via the kills. Not to see what they decide to do this time around. They're investing a decent amount of players to the middle of the map. But look at Powerhouse aggressively actually taking a lot of charge through A. This is very one-dimensional if you are Powerhouse. A Q9 club, not necessarily expecting it. Now they're starting to recognize it. First blood does get traded 4v4 across the map, a presence through the middle of the map there for Q9. They might try to wrap this over to B.
Something needs to happen from the side of Q9 to break through that defense, and could be the fact that Maoki is trying to go around them while they're actually planting the bomb over on Bravo. Maoki with the opportunity to find the kill over there, going to get it over onto Incendio. A 1-for-1 trade to end up in a 3v3 now. Maoki 2 kills under his belt, going for the third one. Here with the grow at a distance, still 29 bullets left. Owling is the one taking the kill onto Bingo at a distance. There's Sun with the deadly sniper shots. Maoki with yet another kill, second one this round long. They go for the last player alive, and that's a double for Shadab. 1v1 against Sun. And although that was, I gotta say, that was really well played by the last player alive over on Powerhouse, Sun just gotta shut down the party. Just bring in the 2-0 lead now in favor of Q9.
There's one thing we knew for certain. I know just the breadstick isn't going to necessarily beckon this entire conversation. Sun is ridiculous when it comes down to Search and Destroy, really valuing his life and understanding, realistically, just some really good centering. Very slow opening coming through from Q9 as far as his offense is concerned. Not a bloodbath over at A, expecting for Powerhouse potentially to try to push through. After all, that is what they tried to offer in the previous one, but Q9 just completely rolling out, left bomb in spawn. So they can't really execute towards the site until that starts to get collected by Uling and then joins this effect. 2 players over by A, nobody pushed through. A lot of bait play. There had to have been some utility that was thrown by Malky over by that B bomb side because there's a lot of Powerhouse members that are lurking nearby. You feel like that the execute over towards A is imminent.
We've had now 3 completely different rounds, one from the other, if I'm being honest with you. Fortunately enough for Q9, both have gone their way. Let's see what happens on the third interaction. So far, there could be the first blood. Incendio stops aiming. bad cut timing over there for him. Fortunately enough, he does manage to survive. There's going to be a push from Sinan, but the snipe shot comes through. The first blood is going to be in favor of Incendio, who immediately finds the second onto Yang, and the third onto San. Incendio on a spree. All of a sudden, this is completely going downhill on the side of Q9, who now lose Owling, and all of a sudden, Incendio will find the fourth one. And just like that, the first point comes through in favor of Powerhouse.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hey, if you do that 7 times, search and destroy is easy. Right. Why not? Why not you, Incendio? There has to be that catalyst, though. When it is Powerhouse, you're down 0-2, rally behind that. Being able to find 4 eliminations out of the 5. Flashes out, not going to be able to find a first pick. It is going to be a tussle and a half over by this B-bomb site. All 10 players are here. 1-for-1 trade, at least so far. Not a whole lot of space provided, but it's all about the trade game. Bingo, Incendio, able to at least waver the numbers into Powerhouse's favor. Last alive for Q9 was Xenon. Swaps to the boxing gloves, slides forward, and somehow shuts it down.
They allowed him to cook, and what a way to end that one up with a 3-piece. Wonderful played in favor of Q9, who bring in another 2 rounds lead in their way. Great way to do it, I gotta be honest. It was slightly concerning in a sense that Powerhouse was not really being able to prevent a triple kill so easily going on against them. Now this time around, Q9 once again will brutally push towards A, and just like that, the bomb has already been planted and the first blood comes through.
Another pace differential, this time over towards A. Quick plant is able to get them full coverage around this bomb site, and now they're actually setting players on to the outside through the middle of the map. Powerhouse are lacking, thinking that they're just going to run back through the middle of the map. Malky off the pinch is able to find the last 2. These pace swaps that Q9 are constantly throwing at Powerhouse is the reason why we sing their praises a search.
Absolutely. They are just so unpredictable. They have been a pain on the brain for Powerhouse, because how do you prepare for something as wildly unpredictable as Q9 has been so far? They think that they're pushing over on A, but look at that, a 5-player push goes over to Rabo. Bomb is obviously going to be planted freely for the side of Q9. They just know what they're doing.
It's mental. It's all mental. But look at the call for Powerhouse. They thought that maybe they could just try to wrap through the offensive spawn. And to be candid with you, it was being watched by Q9, and it does work out. What side is the bomb being planted for? That is the biggest consideration. 3v3. Almost feels like the map has completely flipped at this point, destroying trophy systems. What throwables do you still have left if you are Powerhouse to try to clear these corners? There could be players lurking on all these different angles. They are being isolated, but Sun was playing all the way over on the defensive head glitch. Works out wonderfully for the sniper. It's a 5-1 split at the half.
Shining bright as the sun can be, clutches yet another round in their favor. 5-1 lead, switching sides. The side of Q9 are feeling comfortable here today. They have already won game 1 and are on their way to try to do exactly the same on game number 2. As they are now on defense, they opted to play quite aggressively, but it might be enough to stop them in their tracks. Sun finds the first blood on to shut out. Continue the push thanks to the hands of Yang. Not gonna work out. Kills going all over the place. That's gonna be the 3-for-2 trade going in favor actually of Powerhouse.
Still have a lot to be battling over here across this B-bomb site. Numbers wavering that in the favor of Powerhouse. I was about to say, last time we were in a 1v3 and G-Nan was the last alive, he did find all 3 kills, but not that time around. It answers back for Powerhouse to open up with their offensive round.
Great way to do so for Powerhouse. That's the second point now going their way. Can they do it again? They have to prevent being on a 6-2 scenario. That would be just awful for them to see. All of you Garena fans have to cheer them on, but on the opposite end, China have already lost one of the 3 members that advanced onto day number 2. So Q9 trying to show why China wants to be the strongest regions in here. As they push for that kill there, Sinan went for that kill, nearly finds it, but not quite, as that's a push there for Powerhouse.
A lot of mid-map coverage for Q9, but we've seen this countless times from so many different teams, but Q9 specifically, very comfortable on playing the retake, but the timing doesn't work out in their favor. Hold on a second. Numbers are actually starting to sway back and forth. The last player alive for each team going to be caught in a 1v1, and Yang is going to get the last laugh. defense strikes back as Q9 now put themselves up on map point.
Didn't quite like that push coming down from Powerhouse at the end. I felt like that could have been played slightly different, but it is what it is. It's already been done. A 6-2 lead. Q9 on the brink of taking yet another map going their way. I gotta say that is looking really, really good for them. And they actually close it out now in only 9 rounds. I certainly think they can, but let's see if they do. Sinan begins to push, and quite an aggressive approach here on the A side. And because of that, it seems like Powerhouse are trying to play that around. I thought that they would send the bomb all the way over to Alpha to make like a juke onto the opponents, but they double back down and will be back over here on B.
Not all of the players for Powerhouse offensively are here. That's a great view, just give you perspective what's happening on the south side of the minimap. The bomb's gonna get planted. Sun with the sniper completely flips it back on his head, finds 2 kills in quick succession. 35 seconds until the bomb does detonate, but you have a massive tussle that's going over by the B bomb site, completely surrounded by Q9. This pinch is so late, coming through the middle of the map, and Sun, it's such an easy read, isn't it? Earthfan is at least able to take down Ooling, but it's just not enough. The kills come through soon after in a post-plant situation. Q9 will get the defuse and a 2-0 lead to boot.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Q9 with another outstanding performance, getting that victory. Pretty impressive to see how Powerhouse had the opportunity to take at least 1 or 2 more rounds, but several mistakes caused them to lose those, and because of it, there's a big 5-round gap. That, in my opinion, could have been closer, but because of mistakes, different ones than what we saw on game 1, but yet again, because of mistakes, is that they tend to fall behind.
I just think it's the complexity that you have Q9 approaching the search and destroy just completely catches all of Powerhouse off guard. I mean, there's been so many different rounds on the offensive side for Q9 as you take a look at some of these replays on your screen, is that they didn't realistically offer the same round more than once, really. I mean, they've at least offered the same pace through a lot of these different rounds, but it's always about like maybe some of these players lurking in the middle of the map. Are they fast heading over towards B? Are they fast heading over towards A? The first few rounds, they were quite literally waiting for the overextension to come through for Powerhouse because that's what they were doing on defense, and it was working out for them. By the time that the download was complete and Powerhouse finally gave them the space, Q9 said, all right, it's our turn with the ball. Now we're gonna turn up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, some teams have like a 1-2 sort of scenario. They just have 2 different plans and they commit to them. I feel like Q9 had 4, and when your opponents have 4 different approaches to the same map, how are you supposed to have it right every single time, right? The side of Powerhouse tried to predict at least 2 or 3 of those rounds. They just didn't get it, and because of that hit or miss interaction is that Q9 was constantly getting them outplayed. You said it perfectly. Being unpredictable is something really, really important, and more so in a map like Meltdown that I feel like it's so heavily orientated on the beginning of you strategizing, not necessarily being super quick, but how you position takes a huge impact on what potentially could happen on those rounds.
Here's the scary part. If you're looking at this from Powerhouse's perspective, you were down 0-2. It's a single elimination bracket. You have to reverse sweep Q9, the #1 team from China, for Garena's last hope. Here at Worlds, at DreamHack Atlanta, Worlds 2023. Now, I will say this much. Raid control is good for a multitude of reasons, and that's not just for one side of the stage. This is Q9's most played control map. They definitely prefer to see it comparatively to, say, a standoff. However, the last time these 2 teams faced off against each other at CDFI, Powerhouse won this 4-0.
Okay, yeah, that's something you touched on earlier. That's huge in a way for them. That is going to be really, really important for Powerhouse. Yet again, it's still their last chance, you know? Even if it's your best game mode, there's gonna be a little bit in the back of your head thinking, this is it. This is it. We have to, like you mentioned, reverse sweep, and this is the first step. We cannot tumble. We cannot even be weak for a second, because if you are completely eliminated. You said a single elimination is having that impact on these teams. So now we're gonna go straight into the action as we begin this game on Control over on Raid.
I think it is really important, of course, as a note that you just brought up there. For Q9, again, the only series that they lost yesterday was to Wolves. 1-2, of course, taking the hard point, losing the Control and the Search and Destroy. To win this as dominant as possible would be a statement going in towards top 4. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Control is a fickle monster when it comes down to so many opening breaks. Offense so far, already able to find themselves over towards the A control zone. Second segment looking pretty damn good to get locked in here for Q9. You have one player lurking inside a basketball court, that's Malky. That is so much space that you have to try to work your way through. And things don't become easier trying to work your way through the money window, let alone over by Wheelbarrow, when you have a chopper just completely layering in the bullets.
Absolutely right. I just love to see it. It's a weapon that I don't necessarily like how it works per se, but it's always fun to see it, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you begin to spray and pray with it through the walls is amazing. Now Q9, they just go no fear, just fight. Look at him go with the chopper going all across the map, already running out of bullets, has to reload in here, tries to go for a bit of a spawn trap, but cancels that reload on accident, and he is completely alone. Has to be cautious. They don't know that he's there quite yet, and they are gonna spot him now. Sinan is dead. Don't worry about it. They caught him in that interaction, but the lives are still in favor of Q9.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the benefit of, you know, rolling over towards that A control zone and only losing about a life or two along the way, and getting that extra 60 seconds added on towards the board. But the transition from A to B hasn't been potent for Q9 so far. Trying to find their way around the pinch. You already have players working their way past Kitchen. 3 players strong for Q9. And you feel like that maybe there has to be at least a commitment to come through pillars, if not over by Art. There are 2 players for Powerhouse that are lurking over there. Sniper here for Sun, trying to work his way for the pick, but the cleanup on the flank is just too good. This push has now taken a considerable amount of time, and Powerhouse not only have shaved the clock, but they've also mitigated the life lead.
That's right. That's really, really important for the side of Powerhouse as they continue to attempt to defend here through the smoke skirt. Will find yet another kill. This time Sinan finds the double now onto Alling in. Nearly the triple onto Maoki. It's only going to be an assistance. There's the triple. Goes for the quadra now at a distance onto Yang. Can he get it? Let's see. So far hiding one way or another. Tries to distract. Eventually falls. That's 12-12. The War Machine in the hands of Incendio will begin to get a triple. With this operator, huge value off of it at a distance, continues to cause terror onto the opponent's hearts. And now look at the time. That will begin to be an issue for Q9.
Yeah, it sure will be. 20 seconds remain. Is that enough time realistically to be able to find 10 kills? No. So you feel like you need to get on towards this control zone, but there's so many different head glitches. A wonderful capture here from our observers for Incendio, who actually gets himself a Predator missile, is going to call it in. Over by Driveway will clean up at least 1, but not before Uling finds 2, before getting gunned down himself. 3 versus 6. 2 seconds remain. Can anybody get on the control zone? Currently at least towing their way around the ring. Hold on a second. Yang, Sun, Jinan, they're actually able to find the kills. It's now a 3v3 on the map. You have to try to contest. 2 seconds are all you need. Contested time is not going to be good enough, but the kills might just be right in front of you. First segment has been locked in. Pushing over by Zig. Jinan is able to take down Earthman. Now it's a 2v3. How have Q9 been able to bring themselves back from the death? And Jinan is actually going to invest the War Machine, trying to look for hit markers. They're on the back of Laundry, and they have to somehow try to contest this zone. 2v3, they can't get out from the window. Third segment on the way, and the kill comes through first. Q9 somehow walk away with that opening offense.
I mean, they had to take it. Not only War Machine, but also Yang took out the Vortex Machine for a ride. They utilized a lot of resources over there. Luckily enough, it goes their way, because if it didn't, that would have been just disastrous for the Chinese team, who start with the first point going their way. Immediately we see Powerhouse trying to go for the same place, immediately pushes towards Alpha. No one's dead just yet, but look at Bingo already going to the sniper nest. There's going to be pushing over the side of basketball court from the side of Q9. Find the first blood onto Irfan, and immediately try to push for more. Skirt is there at a distance, has the claw available. Let's see if he decides to take it out for a ride.
Big battle already inside of the cube. And what you know, the only players that you need to realistically look at are over by money window, and the trades are pristine. Not before the first segment gets locked in, but I love that discipline being showcased by Q9. 27 points up against 22. It's a great opening break once again by Q9. But again, you start to talk about all of these different resources that were utilized towards the end of that offense for Q9. Malky invests the Sparrow. Claude now invested by Uling. Where's the response from Powerhouse? Over by the B control zone they will go, try to stall out the clock, but they do have some utility they can use to really try to add some extra oomph towards this push.
Yeah, it's gonna be necessary to have that oomph, as you mentioned, indeed. Look at Bingo there, taking the second tick off of Bravo, and at the same time, they're trying to push towards Alpha. There's Incendio who finds one. Incendio tries to find two, not unfortunate enough as he gets killed through that wall. 21-16 when it comes down to kills in favor of Q9. That's a great way to see it, but it's not necessarily going to be easy. Look at Skirt over here. There's plenty of utility available in favor of Powerhouse. Why is that? Because Q9 used two of the operators in a questionable moment, if you were to ask me, actually.
So able to convert the offense, and they have a 5-life lead here. Just have to hold off 2 segments over by A. This is a really good position here for Xenan. It's up to 13 eliminations so far for 2 rounds. Malky just behind him at 12. And head glitches galore. This is a pinch that's trying to come and manifest through the backside of Kitchen, and Skirt is somehow able to find 2, so now you really need to take a focus over towards this player that is starting to push through the jungle side, over towards Xenan. Bottom bedroom, he's able to find at least one. One more player is nearby, unbeknownst to Xenan. He's gonna go for the reposition over by open stairs. It's a great redirection coming through from Q9 to at least make sure that their flank is secured, and it's going to work out on 2 different sides of this A control zone, shaving so many lives off the board, and now we're just down to 50 seconds.
That's right. 14-7 in lives. 1 tick there, but still not gonna be enough. The side of Q9 with a wonderful opportunity to close that one up. Triple kill in favor of Q9, who continue to control. Only 2 lives left. That's Bingo. That's Incendio. That's the end of a round, of a period. Q9 are in it to win it all when it comes down to this quarterfinal matchup against the Garena team of Powerhouse International. Bingo has fallen. Incendio attempts to go for a miracle 1v13. Ladies and gentlemen, here Owling tries to go get it. Not gonna be possible. 10 seconds left. Continues to push. Backs down out of Sniper Nest, but now it is actually going to be either the time or the kill. It's actually the kill. Sinan gets it. Proper. That's a 2-0 lead in favor of the side of Q9. Powerhouse with the backs against the wall.
It's just an interesting development. I mean, you have resources that are still available, and you feel like that you have to win an offense eventually, and now you have to somehow reverse sweep a control to start a reverse sweep in the best of 5? Why not? Q9, again, opening break-off, different from their last, going to be going over towards B, but Sun opens up with 2. I mean, this guy is just ridiculous through these opening break-offs. Doesn't have the numbers comparatively like Malky and Xenan, but damn is he impressive as far as these opening breaks are concerned. First segment has already been locked in. Sun has the Purifier out, back Kitchen, trying to cause a little bit more distress. Second segment looking to get locked in. Predator Missile is also going to get invested over by the Tiki. No drinks, do not pass go, do not collect any more lives. If you are Powerhouse down to 21 to the 29 that are still in the bank of Q9, they can simply do no wrong. B objective has been captured, 60 seconds out towards the board. With an almost 10-life lead, Q9 are clearly in the driver's seat.
We've seen this throw in the past. We are about to witness the last nail into that coffin. Look at Owling with the double, using that claw out of distance, begins to take a lot of damage, turns around, gets a few bullets in, gets another kill with the operator, continues to be alive out of distance, runs out of time with the operator, and because of that dies. But it doesn't matter too much. Look at Irfan trying to make it happen, finds that kill onto Cena, and immediately turns around, tries to go for a little bit of a spawn trap situation, but Q9 is not a team that you can spawn trap that easily. From above, there's Owling using that Pred missile. That's another kill going in favor of Q9. A minute and a half left, and Q9, I know that you're just not worrying about the objective. All they care about is finishing off with the kills.
18 plays up against 10. Resources not exactly bountiful. Nobody has an operator available on both sides. It is the old-fashioned tango here on Raid with the gunnies. 8 plays up against 15. Minute 10 left on the board. Can Powerhouse hold on and at least extend this to another round? let alone stay alive in the tournament. This is your tournament life on the line. Players inside a kitchen. Predator missile has been invested by Earthfan, is able to find at least 2. Could be the catalyst to maybe try to stay alive, but you're down to no lives remaining. 5 plays up against 10. Players not able to get closer towards this control zone to try to stall out the clock. They're just trying to hold on inside the kitchen, but it's easy reads coming through from Q9. 3 plays up against 9. Trying to push the advantage even more so through the pool side. Last player that's down over there would be shut up, and he has to go massive for his team. Bingo, Earthfan, we'll be seeing you later. Last player's alive is shut up inside the Tiki, and he cannot exit for free. It is a clean sweep in the control for Q9 Club, a clean sweep in their opening best of 5.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, 3-0 on control, 3-0 on the overall series. Q9 proving to us why they consider themselves or try to be the best. They mentioned how they want to go to the very end, defeat the best players out there, and so far they've been doing that so clean. They barely even have dropped any maps whatsoever from within day 1 and day 2, as they are already locked in for day 3.
A lot of respect there on the stage in between these two counterparts. Again, this is not the first time within the calendar year that they have faced off against each other in a LAN environment and went map 5 in a previous series. This time around, ending in 3. And I gotta say, that's a massive statement coming through from Q9. Completely sweeping them in the control. That is quite literally what happened to them on the opposite side when they faced off against each other in CDFI.
I mean, we talked about this before we got into match number 3, and I was like, it might be another 3-0, and I was talking to Shift. He said, no, he's like 3-1. I think everybody was certain it was going to go a little bit farther, but I don't know what's in the water today. They are not only 3-0s, but they are decisive 3-0s. Yeah. Like, these teams came to play.
I think it's terrifying to really speak of the continuation of the tournament, right? Because when you're coming away from best of 3s yesterday during the Swiss stage, and you're coming in towards the, I'd say, the truer portions of the tournament, now and towards a single elimination bracket, it's a best of 5. This is where you feel like that teams are really going to play at their best.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be. And well, I mean, I feel like Glitter said it perfectly. The way that these 3 have won is not by a little bit. It's not by a single decisive play, but across the board how dominant they are being against other top 8 players. Top 8 teams across the world. I'm just impressed by how this day has gone by. I was not expecting to see 3 3-0s so far today, if I'm being honest with you.
Look at that hype. That is the hype we love to see, celebrating the win. Q9 now moving on in the competition, solidifying their spot in tomorrow. The top 4 so far, like you guys have said, are showing why they deserve to be the top 4 right now. They're not letting anybody get the best of them. And I don't know if it's just the day, if they did some good VOD review from yesterday, whatever it was, it is working. And I am impressed. But of course, we can't have another match without another winner's interview. So F-Dot, standing by.
Thanks so much, Glitter. We are here at the bomb wall again, and I have here a member from Qingzhou Club. Fantastic win, 3-0. You guys were extremely dominant. How'd you do it?
你们今天比赛表现非常的好，一直占领了主导地位，取得了3比0的成绩。你们是怎么做到的？
我觉得我们就是靠着彼此的信任走下去。我觉得来到了第5阶段，没有什么是不可能的。
We've been trusting all of our teammates to do all the jobs for us, and now that we are at stage 5, we think nothing is impossible for us.
China's always been very good against the rest of the world, but now it's the time that it matters. Is anything going to change for tomorrow, or will you keep the strategy the same?
中国在对外的表现上一直打得非常的好。那我们在接下来的比赛中会有任何战术上的改变吗？还是我们会保持原本一直有的战术？
我觉得战术可以是多变的，但是我们的信念一定是坚定的。我们会带着对彼此的信任，带着我们良好的配合，一直走下去，直到决赛或者直到我们结束我们的旅程。
We have been playing a dynamic game, but our trust in each other has always remained the same. So we will continue to play our best until the next match, till the match after, or however long it takes.
I love that. It seems to be all about family on these stages. That said, Somebody's got to leave. You beat him on the server. Now it's time to knock him out on the wall.
We watch another logo get crossed out as Powerhouse is the next team to be knocked out of the competition. We keep saying this, it really was an impressive run, making it to the top 8 in the world, but it was Q9 who just shut the door on Powerhouse's opportunity.
That was a slow X too. You saw there was some pride and joy in that Rex. Like he was like very slowly just drawing the red line. He's like, yeah, that's right. I just did that in a 3-0 fashion. Went 5 maps last time, not today. But I gotta say, this Q9 club roster, when it comes down to it, definitely some considerations when it comes down to hardpoint. Clearly flawless on the entire weekend so far. That was probably the biggest test for them of all. I would definitely say that Powerhouse kind of gifted them a lot of different opportunities to be able to get the lead that they did on takeoff. But their search and destroy and control looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, at this point, they just now get to sit back in, relax for a little while as they wait to find out who their opponent will be. They gotta be super happy. We saw how proud of themselves they were as we take another look onto the overall bracket. That's right, Q9 advanced onto the semifinals. And as I mentioned, they just gotta wait.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are moments away from closing out day 2 of our competition here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We've seen some standout performances, to say the least, from a bunch of our squads, as well as some really entertaining moments here at the booth. We're getting a little bit of some catch-up action, if you will. Our teams that are getting knocked out, having their logos X'd out. LG at the very beginning of the day taking out Kendra. 3-0s across the board. One more left to go. As the bracket is getting filled out, Shift, you're back up here on the desk with us.
Hi.
How are you feeling about this last match?
I feel good. Generally, not even about the match. This match is actually going to be kind of a banger, flat out. I think that Tribe going up against this Wolves team, there's a little bit of weight given to the Wolves squad coming out 3-0 from their Swiss stage. They're also, after having played up against Q9, we kind of determined that they are indeed the best team in China after coming off their CDFI championship. But Tribe had a really slow start, but caught a bit of momentum by the end of the day. It just comes down to, did that carry into today?
Yeah, I think that they, again, with all that weight that Tribe have been almost snowballing with towards the end of just yesterday, has a really big momentous sweep for them, considering the fact that they finally got the Retribution versus Mayhem. That was a statement to be had for themselves, not only just for this tournament staying alive, continuing on to today, but also as a brand for a whole.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really enjoyable way to close out day 2 of our competition. Match number 4, like the boys are saying, it is between Wolves and Tribe. It's going to be exciting, so hopefully everyone at home is ready, sitting down. You've got yourself settled to close out our competition. If you're here live with us at the event as well, we've got some chairs. Come watch to see how this one goes. It's going to be really important. Honestly, if you're the players, maybe come do a little bit of scouting in the process as well. It's here. You can't miss it. I don't think it's going to be the 3-0. I was telling you in the green room, and I was telling Proper, I was telling you it was going to be another 3-0 for this one. I think this is the one we avoid the 3-0.
There's a lot of frame up we could put into this. So I'm just going to tease you and say, if it were to be a 3-0, let me put it this way, actually. Do I tease it too soon? If Tribe want to win this match, it has to be a 3-0. That's all I'm going to say. And we'll talk more about it when the maps come out. I've got a little insider info. But I will say that this is going to be a really tall ask, I think, based on what Wolves showed us yesterday versus what Tribe showed us yesterday, let alone how coming into this event, their map pools generally would play up against one another. There had to be a lot of finesse in the veto process for Tribe to have edge in this particular series based on what we've seen so far. It's really all I'm going to tease.
But that given, like I told you towards the end, if it's going to be a 3-0, it's going to be a very close and competitive 3-0. Should it go a further distance and there's going to be 2 Search and Destroys being played, you have to favor that Wolves team. Their Search and Destroy is gross.
Do you also have insider info?
I have a lot of information.
Where is he getting his insider info? I want insider info.
It's not up my sleeve.
I'm going to have to figure out where that source is. And I will figure out where that source is.
Won't happen.
Our players are getting themselves ready here for match number 4 before we can get them introed and hyped up. But of course, this entire event would not be possible. So we need to give a huge thank you to our presenting partner, Samsung, for providing devices with top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series has the absolute best-in-class devices for mobile gaming with exceptional battery life and incredible power. These devices are raising the bar for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today. Just had to take a moment to thank our presenting partner because this event is just so cool. You did a great job being the hand model. And you got the whole background set up with the logo and everything?
I was made for this.
Wow.
You think I wore the vest to cast?
No.
This makes a lot more sense now.
Makes me a better hand model wearing a vest.
I'm really proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, now that we got through that, we can get back to getting ready for match number 4. I think we're just waiting on our players here, so let's start talking about it. Wolves versus Tribe. What can we expect out of this matchup?
I mean, realistically, when you're looking at these 2 names, as far as brands are concerned, your immediate consideration goes back to Raleigh last year. This was a grudge match going back and forth between the 2. All of that said, I think this is going to be a very fun one, specifically for Tribe, considering the entire roster changes they were able to have for themselves. Yeah. It's a completely different look than what Wolves are probably intending.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was about to say that Tribe's identity from Stage 4 has completely shifted.
Yes.
You know, they were a great hardpoint team, surprisingly so, when we were in Poland and were watching them play throughout the entirety of their group stage, and that even echoed a little bit in towards Seattle. They obviously did not have the showing they would have liked, but I think that Estug and Rehan being added to this roster have definitely elevated them, and may have just taken a little bit for all the kinks to get worked out yesterday before they really started to vibe. Because I will say, between Estug, Rehan, and Rabalo, those three played lights out yesterday.
All right, well, we'll have to see what they can do for their teams, because match number 4 is about to get underway, which means it's time to welcome our teams to the stage. F-Dot, let's do this.
And for our final quarterfinal, one of the toughest competitors here, the number 2 team coming all the way from China, they're here to cement and start a legacy. Dressed in the black and yellow and baring their teeth, it's Wolves. This year, this team had big shoes to fill, but these boots was made for walking, and they ran through day number 1. One of the fan favorites and one of the biggest names in mobile. Say hello to Tribe Gaming!
Final hype team intro for the day. Now our teams are up on stage, getting themselves ready and set up to go. So it's time for us to start talking about this matchup. We'll start with Wolves. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, this team, again, as we were already kind of talking about yesterday between me and Shift, is that this all
这一次西方队伍惧怕东方队伍的原因，是因为在去年的比赛当中，我们就是战胜了不败神话的 Trap 战队吧。所以说这一次他们估计会就是主要研究我们战队，所以说他们就比较惧怕我们。
我认为我们队伍的仔是队伍里我们最强的那个人，因为 我们很多的战术打法，其实都是因为他的枪法都是特别硬的，然后就去特别定制的。所以我认为在综合实力上面，仔是比较强的。
这一次北美队伍的话，我们是想交手的是 LG 跟 Trap 吧，因为 LG 在这一年几乎就是大满贯吧，然后 Trap 的话就是这一次是重组嘛，我们也想就是碰一下实力，所以说我最想碰到的就是这两支队伍。
我觉得我最想跟 LG 交手吧，因为去年毕竟也输过他们嘛，我觉得今年我们一定能打回来。
Listen, at this rate, every single team that wants to be the top team in the world is calling out LG Wolves once again, saying that that's who they want to be in order to take the entire title home.
All I'm going to say is I'm not surprised, again, when you have as much LAN experience as Wolves, enough competition to be able to essentially just fund the entire country at that point. Wolves want to take down the #1 team. They want to run it against LG and just prove to the point that not only are the #1 team from their region, but the world.
On the flip side of that, they have to go up against the juggernauts in Tribe Shift. Let's talk about them.
Yeah, we already kind of flirted with the idea of it. This is a rebuilt Tribe team, and it's actually really interesting that this is the matchup we get for a single elimination bracket, because a lot of stress is going to be thrown to S-Thug and Rehan, considering how good Sai looked, especially after that little interview, kind of hearing that he's going to be the star. Those two need to step up in a major way. And again, looking at how they played through yesterday, there were a lot of major concerns in the road for Tribe. Coming out and not necessarily looking as convincing versus Powerhouse. They played a tight series versus Luminosity, but fell short. And then the loss to TLE was where I was really like, bro, what is going on with this Tribe team? They should have no issue with it. They were eventually able to go and kind of team kill Mayhem, and they had to survive versus Bolt in what was a very emotional game for that Japanese squad. So I don't necessarily look at this matchup and say the Tribe is favored. I think a lot of people who watched from the last couple of days would probably agree with that, but they are cooking with some heat after the finish yesterday, and that has to be there, like we said earlier.
It almost starts to feel that Tribe, the more that they play together with this new composition of their roster, the better that they truly become. Is that actually going to be the case? Because this is truly going to be their biggest test, minus facing Team Mayhem yesterday.
And we've talked about, or at least we mentioned it at the very beginning of the show, if Tribe is able to make their way through, then there is a possibility where we see NA face off against each other.
I think that it's a very realistic case. I mean, should Tribe somehow come out on top of this series, I think that you realistically have them making their way all the way to face Luminosity in the finals. It would almost be poetic to a certain extent, but again, there's so many different question marks. There's so many different anomalies that could end up playing into an effect with a lot of different circumstances. It always just comes down to the maps.
That's really bold to say, because not only is this Wolves team looking really solid through and through every single mode, but Q9 just beat the brakes off Powerhouse. I think that to figure that we're going to get an LG and Tribe rematch at this point, based on how the teams have looked, would be egregious to say right now without seeing how this match goes first.
Why said
It's
if?
a big if, brother.
If they 3-0 Wolves, again, there's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of question marks. That's why I don't do predictions.
There's always a lot of ifs, don't worry about it. But we did get a chance to catch up with Tribe before this weekend to see how they felt about keeping the trend going and the wins under that Tribe banner.
Hi, I'm Solo. I play for Tribe Gaming. I'm the IGL/team captain. Well, for me, I've always tried to keep it as simple as possible. Like, no matter what team I'm on, no matter who I'm playing with, the idea is to win, and that doesn't change no matter what. But definitely, I feel the pressure. Like, for instance, I just don't want to be the weakest link in terms of the dynasty of Tribe. So definitely feeling that pressure, but I don't know. Just got to win at the end of the day.
The pressure, it's a lot, you know, like compared to the previous teams Tribe had, like they were like a bunch of good players, talented players, top players, you know, but like this year it's a different lineup, you know, so it's a lot of pressure on us, like new players that play for Tribe, you know, so we gotta like put up a show, you know, make it good and like go for the 3rd trophy. Oh, we've been doing a lot of research. We've been doing our own thing. Once we get on that stage, it's gonna be a different lineup, it's gonna be different play styles, it's gonna be different metas for Tribe Gaming. We've been working back in the lab, doing a lot of good things, and it's gonna pay off well.
Like, I have a few friends in these other regions, and I talk to them about what their players are kind of thinking and what they're kind of wondering. And I've heard from a lot of them that they are just completely disregarding us right now. And that has just been amazing to hear for me, because I'm like, okay, we'll show these guys.
We heard them mention it. There is a little bit of added pressure knowing that they might be a different roster, but there is a dynasty associated with Tribe, and they want to keep it within that home base.
Yeah, I was talking to Dot backstage when I was taking my little bit of a break listening to Gil and Alan Cass, and that's where the entire phrase, they have big shoes to fill.
Yep.
These boots need to be made for walking.
Yeah, very much so the case. And I think the thing about it is there's not really a guaranteed pathway in this particular matchup based on how they face head-to-head. Going through what we saw in Seattle, as well as previous to that, more so during the group stage, they were just out of nowhere the best hardpoint team in NA. It was just like, how has that happened? They even beat Luminosity when they played in the group stage on both hardpoint maps. That was missing at Seattle, and it has not fully been there here yet on the weekend. So, again, I put a lot of stress on what exactly Estug and Rehan could do as the new guys in, facing up against a very electric sub-duo on Wolves that really carried them through a lot of clutch moments yesterday. And this is another interesting point. I kind of flirted with the idea. The map pool is super, super surprising. You have Arsenal taken out by Wolves, and then Takeoff taken out by Tribe. They look really good on Takeoff normally, but yesterday they did get a little bit embarrassed, and that must be living in their head. So they get their pick of Hacienda, but they have not played much Apocalypse whatsoever. That is a huge question mark for the map 4. Outside of that, Meltdown is Tribe's most played search, but it has not been convincing. And you do not want to go play Wolves on Tunisia. And then the final standoff for the control is great news for Wolves. They look pretty solid in it. They definitely don't want raid. So that's essentially what we assumed it was going to be. This is a great map pool for Wolves. They got rid of Tribe's Arsenal, they got rid of Tribe's Slums, and they got rid of their worst control in raid. I've got Wolves taking this thing if it goes anything beyond 3 maps.
I agree with you. We already kind of poised that idea. It all kind of starts off with this Hacienda, and the only consideration that I do have for Tribe, just to play devil's advocate, is that they were able to at least outlast Luminosity on this map mode combination yesterday within the Swiss stage.
Sure.
All of that said, there's still some more considerations. We still have a lot of question marks about what does this new Tribe ceiling truly look like.
And that's what we're about to find out. That's literally why we are here. We want the best of the best in the entire world making their way through to that top 4. So this is going to be an electric match, to be sure. The versus screen comes through, which means it is time for the 4th and final match of the day to determine our 4th and final team in our World Championship for Call of Duty Mobile. Let's see who takes this one home.
It's going to be a good one. And again, I think this has to be for Tribe. You have to come out immediately. This is your bread and butter. This is their favorite hardpoint map. Wolves let it through because they didn't like Arsenal, so you have to provide electricity from the word go, which is right now. Tribe Gaming, Wolves Esports, final quarterfinal before we get to our top 4. Let's get it on.
Tough to really gauge about just the favorite side of the map. There's so much that could go wrong down here in P1. So many different kills could give you an advantage. Tribe able to find at least themselves a clean kill feed, but still, test of time is going to be decent. A lot of time still to be playing for before we have to take the rotation towards new.
Stole that battle for the high ground. Echoing across the hallways. Smoke comes through in the middle. Xing will use that as a chance to jump on in. Contest over to the jump spot for Tribe. Not going to result in too much of anything. Wolves off to a pretty solid start. Now it comes down to the motion across the map. Bottom left, looking for that garage hardpoint that opens in the next 28 seconds. Wolves already in a good spot to at least fight back over through topside staircase, but Tribe find the kills, and that gives enough time for them to get in, get a little bit of exit time, and still have some members on rotation.
Estug has actually started to lurk his way all the way through the mansion, trying to get in behind inside of Lambo, but I mean, Wolves' setup on this rotation is a good one, but they didn't have more than just a single player inside of the Lambo for the new hill, so somehow Tribe have worked their way through the mansion and have players trying to set up for new.
Peg down low, able to catch a couple of members of Tribe off guard. Trade does come through, Pinstripe goes the kill feed. Hardpoint opens up. Tribe currently on the inside, but Wolves close to possibly contesting. Rabal low, able to find himself a double, and now he's got the nastiest heady in least in the game, but the Lambo explodes, pushes him off of it, and now Wolves have a bit of a lifeline to try to pinch this hardpoint from behind. Xing able to get one. Teammates from the front having a little bit more trouble getting over towards the hill, and Tribe used that chaos as a chance to reestablish control.
Double pincher in effect. One player ended up spawning out. That was Zai, dealt with swiftly over by the staircase. Just when you thought that Wolves were looking pretty darn good for the rotation over towards P2, which could be considered a money hill, it gets immediately broken up by Tribe. It's a lead, a small one at that, but now you're starting to get closer towards these operators, and P3 might just be seen towards the end when we start to see them being popped.
Yeah, exit time's gonna be good here for Tribe. One last finesse play from Wolves, not gonna amount to too much. But the exit kills over the middle of the map do look good for the team in blue. Only player to get through will be S-Thug. Good start for him. Like we mentioned, he needs to have a good one. He's on 9 kills and already has the ability to pop his operator if he needs to on rotation here. And S-Thug top office says business hours are closed. And now the Sparrow being earned, not going to be pulled here as he gets surprised by Wolves' proximal spawn. They get into fences first.
S-Thug has been that player now going over towards P2 as well as P3 is always trying to be the tip of the spear for Tribe, or the tip of the axe as it may end up being, to try to get themselves the rotation over towards New, but there's a lot of focus across this north lane for Wolves.
Yeah, Tribe able to shut down the Claw though. That leads to an opportunity to neutralize the hard point. Space trying to find some work in areas to get this Purifier going. Just trying to see if you can freeze some toes. There we go. Finds Peg just over the top of the brick wall. Not going to find Neon at range, though. War Machine also being assisted. And, oh, a trade between the Gravity Vortex gun. 50-50 goes the hard point. Rion with the Annihilator. Looking to get this thing to sing a song. But Peg shuts him down, and back and forth we go. Game of tug of war. Just a small difference between the two. But the Purifier will at least gain a little bit of extra space as we will finish off this last couple of seconds favoring Wolves.
Yep, sure will. That's going to keep this game just about even before we rotate all the way down over by the water side once again for the final hill in the rotation. And once you know it again, it's player number 4 putting himself down there. It's S-Thug, but immediately snuffed out. Trying to get players through the rotation, just sprinting through the middle of the map. Wolves trying to get themselves their numbers so that way they can win the rotation. Looking pretty good for it.
Peg was in a little bit of trouble, though, so Tribe not going to be in the hard point first, but do have the opportunity to get themselves set up. No operators being popped as of yet. Here's the X Factor. Zai in the corner. Only able to take down one. Tribe also shutting down the Sparrow. A couple of the clean kills come through, and it's Rapallo again. How big has he been for this team? He's on 18 kills. Solo says, sounds like a good time to pop the equalizer, and only gets one of the 2 in front of him. Wolves now immediately try to get themselves back in. Peg, Zai working together, and they will be enough, because why not? Have been all weekend long and continue to be the case as Zai goes into another kill.
So very tight, 15 seconds. Honestly, you can fight over it because it'll give you immediate top halls control, which could set yourself up for P1. These close P2 spawns coming through from Tribe to try to get at least the last few seconds over inside of P4 might just be the end-all, be-all of the first set, and it will be the case. 87-80 will be the score going in towards the second set, and Wolves are absolutely slaying the hell out. 17 kills for Zai, got 16 for Jing, 14 for Peg. Your usual suspects just showing up here for Wolves.
S-Thug trying to catch timing over towards Spiral Staircase, only catches one. Space following up, though, does control the high ground for Tribe. So very quickly, they find themselves on towards Fountain. Peg trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but taken away very quickly. 90 plays 86. Tribe looking to take their lead for the first time in a while now, but still in their way. Wolves keeping things mixy. And these SMGs for Wolves just don't seem to die. They get a kill, pop over, find themselves a little bit of safety, and that safe haven provides an opportunity for more. And with that, Wolves still want a chance here to keep this thing pretty much 50-50 all the way through Fountain.
You look at it, the least of all the kills. Rapallo was up to 24. Hunter Killer Drone will be invested, has the operator should he want to use it. Claw now invested here for Zai up towards the top side of the staircase. These are massive kills on the rotation over towards New. 10 seconds is all that remains over by P1. Just a 7-point disadvantage that Tribe find themselves on. But still, it's the kills that are found at the utmost right times, like Zai's 3-piece there, that should help out the rotation over towards New.
Plus the left-right combo makes this rotation for Tribe extra laborious. Now around the back, Hunter Killer Drone trying to sniff out the spawns. Rapallo, War Machine out, gets shut down by the Pred Missile, also called in. Tribe still spawn in, but they do lose a pretty key operator. Sparrow used to try to break. War Machine there to answer. Trades go back and forth between the two. Now it's on to the last 2 members of Tribe, trying to break this thing from the back, and that will work out. Good kills again from the SMG line. Wolves quick to try to find a way to rebuttal to this, and the Purifier will be spent, but Peg only getting one will not be enough to swing the color of the hard point. Still, the battle rages on. Smoke making things a bit disastrous as Space brings the Purifier in, looking for someone to spray down, and finally Tribe will establish control.
The Wolves were still spawning close there. Both teams were, in fact. So if you are Tribe, specifically Space, you felt that you needed to invest that Purifier just to be able to swing the back 20 seconds. It's a big one to have for yourself, but you still have close spawns coming through from Wolves. 10 seconds left here on P2, and the rotation also needs to be required. Wolves have the easier opportunity. Tribe investing their last bit of numbers to try to get in towards this old hill to be able to get themselves this 10-point lead, but it's looking like Wolves are going to have the setup once again here at 3.
But no operators to help this setup. On the other side, Tribe have already popped the equalizer, trying to use this as a way to break. Rihan also at the ready in case he wants to pop his op to try to get this thing into the favor of Tribe more convincingly. Backside fence being cleared out. Solo just spamming everything down, looking left, right, up, down, inside, out. Able to find at least 2 kills, but The trade does come out. Wolves from the front have to try to find a way to break this. Rehan trying to keep them at bay with the Annihilator. Slid on, but doesn't matter. Rehan hits the first. Now a chance to either establish control or take this into the spawn of Wolves, which has been flipped over to the backside at fences, but it looks like for Wolves, they're going to be late on this break attempt, and Tribe are going to be getting a lot of the time because of it.
And keep in mind, this is supposed to be a recontest of all things for Wolves. They were here first, but the operators that were being invested for Tribe is going to be the spearhead, the catalyst, if you will, for the majority of time here at P3. 15 seconds left, and Wolves might just send a couple more members just to try to battle for the last 10 seconds, getting inside the hard point, which is perfectly fine. Now it's Tribe with a 30-point lead, and they have players rotating over towards New.
War Machine at the ready. Rabalo's got streaks also building. 34 kills for Rabalo. 31, pardon me, for S-Thug. Two key players really having it their way right now. Zai up top. Found himself a garage. He's going to use this to lock down rotation. Here comes the hit for Tribe. War Machine shut down in the corner. Peg able to follow up on this. Opportunity for Wolves to get some numbers, but S-Thug, key double for him. He's still alive in the hard point. S-Thug for more. Oh boy, now he's got the Sparrow out. Getting to work with it. 162-126. Tribe all over the hard point and growing their lead.
Now they have the reads for the spawns coming through from the Lambo side. One player does spawn out. It's going to be Zai there for the pinch. Has at least one player spotting in towards the boathouse. Last player alive was S-Thug inside the hard point. The Hunter-Killer drone will at least take down one more. But you feel like the damage was done through the second set of hard points for Tribe. Not only have they flipped the lead, they have made it about 40 points.
Wolves have to find a way to claw themselves back into this game. This scrap time could be massive to try to assist in that effort. 3 operators at the ready. How much do we see spent as we rotate over to Fountain? That's the true question as Tribe continue to make things punishing. And not really any seconds were earned there at the end of the scrap time for Wolves. It was contested for almost the entirety of it, and the final 5 actually go the way of Tribe. So just about a 50-point game. Wolves will be hitting from the office side. Tribe on the opposite through Art. Back and forth battles all over the high ground. Neon trying to change things up, and he's got S-Thug who goes to the drop shot. Ah, it's filthy. And Tribe Gaming have the numbers in the hard point.
Big old tango up top in the hallways. This is a big difference maker. Equalizer pulled out by Solo, shut down. Just getting as many resources out before we rotate over towards P2, but Wolves need the time. This could be the desperation moment that Tribe can catch them lacking.
Lead is significant. Tribe in a position to try to close this map out. Wolves looking to claw their way back in. Having a hard time dealing with Solo in the hard point, though, and I mean, I'm telling you, every second he gets is a massive one. Zai finds himself on 4, big triple for him. Has the operator at the ready. Looking to spam down more, but Rehan will take him out of the hard point. Peg forced to still contest. Again, every second's a bad second that Tribe earns if you're a Wolves fan. Over towards rotation. Keep your eye on the minimap. Team in blue needing to find a way to get themselves set up, and they are trying to play for driveway side, but there are members of Tribe in the way, and they're causing a lot of havoc.
Got for Jing, though, actually opting in to take the office route to try to pinch this in from behind, knowing that there's going to be players on this south lane. Wolves need to find this, and they need to be a benefactor for a break quickly.
Sparrow comes out trying to assist on the break. Rehan, Annihilator gets earned, but doesn't have a chance to even consider pulling it out. Sparrow will assist in the break. Now the claw to reinforce the hold. Do you get a read on how Tribe are trying to hit this? Oh my goodness, Rabalo spawns in alongside number 2 in space, and no one anticipated that. S-Thug pulls the Sparrow out, and that changes things dramatically. S-Thug from one side, the rest of Tribe from the other. They cannot win here, but again, they're able to put this thing at least at 240 if they can find every final second.
And it's looking pretty good for it too. Rabalo spawning in, being the benefactor from that spawn occurrence. Pulls out the War Machine, layering in more damage. It's causing Wolves distress that they have to pull out operators of their own just to try to answer back for this time. We're fighting for all of 5 seconds, plus you have to get the rotation over towards New as well. Wolves will have it once again, but Tribe are trying to battle for the old time. It's going to leave them a little lacking as far as the rotation towards New.
That could be a costly decision. Remember that final hit from Tribe. If Wolves are able to hold things down, they've got operator advantage. The Gravity Vortex gun spent first. S-Thug sucked into it. No problems there as the vacuum continues to find kills. Space hit in the face with a Hunter-Killer drone. 190, 228. Tribe not really putting together any semblance of a setup here for a break attempt. Everyone's getting picked one by one. Wolves are starting to make this happen, and players are earning streaks on top of it. This is how a breakdown can happen.
30 seconds to left to fight over. Tribe can close it out if they can find the break, but there's no point of interest to be able to work their way in. One player does spawn out. Revallo needs to find value in this spawn once again, but still kills. Going back and forth, Predator Missile also being invested by Neon. They are keeping them at bay.
Tribe is losing complete composure. Everyone's trying to solo chow this. No break comes through, and we have the possibility of Wolves getting a lead swap. Estug taking himself out of the picture. Final attempts here for Tribe, and it's all in pieces. What has gone wrong for Tribe? The major lead starts to all of a sudden battle against them. We rotate to New. 7 seconds till the hard point opens. Rapallo's going to be there first, but he gets gunned by Shig, and now Wolves will have numbers and a chance to fight.
Spawns for the boathouse. 2 players strong. Rapallo and Space are going to be setting up for the pinch. At least some trades to speak of. Tribe have found themselves in, and Solo pulls out the equalizer.
Lifeline from Solo. The equalizer gives him a double. What can be used for Wolves to try to break this? They're hitting from 2 sides at once. Kills start to come through. Solo, the last one standing. Solo able to find another 2 kills. Is that enough time and space for Tribe to get back into this? Wolves are the better numbers. Taken down by the Purifier is Nestug. It's all about, can these operators find value? War Machine trying to blow them out of the map. Tribe are all spawning on one side. They're not going to be able to get here in time as the Purifier locks things down. And that is what we call in the industry an absolute breakdown by absolutely the case. And that's just massive for the series, swinging even more favorably towards Wolves.
Yes.
I mean, again,
they had themselves at least an even game, a little bit of a lead, and they couldn't close things out, let alone find some semblance of consistency to be able to win that map.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the John Madden comment. They have to play 2 good halves of Search and Destroy here. Boom. Have to have it. Fist bumps are out. Map surely loading. Wolves, huge advantage in the mode, but does Tribe find something over all of the reps they've had on this map to merit the selection, the pick, and a chance to even up this series? Because I'll tell you flat out, if this thing ends up getting to 5 and you have to play up against Wolves on Tunisia,
yeah,
whew,
good luck.
Call the doctor.
There's a very quick offensive attempt coming through from Wolves over towards A. Might as well feel everything out, but a nice nade from Neon for first blood and King for the second. Numbers advantage very quickly for Wolves.
And this is the problem. This is where Wolves really, kind of cashes their checks. Is as soon as there's opening first blood, Zai is going to be already in your face. He's so aggressive. He is like the Chinese shark of EU, if you want to call it that. Stretch, I know.
That's fair, though.
Yeah. Tag with the plant. Wait, that's Doug. Will find the kill. Unfortunate, he wasn't able to find the timing to stop that from being planted, because now, even in the 2v2, clock favors Wolves. Space, awkward battle, and says, all right, you go down to the tunnel. I'm going to go help my teammate over here. Oh, and Neon able to find the kill. Just down to 1. That's Doug. Rewrapping back. Not a lot of time to make this happen. Grau in hand, 1v2. Gonna have Neon right on the corner, and that will be where he meets his maker. Wolves, quick offense for the first.
Point blank. Snipe coming through for Neon, who's just absolutely been electric this entire week. Realistically, his entire career. Finds 3 within that previous round. The sniper is nothing to bat an eyelash at. Tribe do need to be aware of these opening nades that Wolves are going to have for them in this opening offense. Second take here for Wolves. Kind of slowing down the pace. Not all 5 players rushing in towards A.
Yeah, Tribe's trying to beat them with that same aggression, though. Hipfire not going to land. Solo to the pistol. Lots of damage, but no kills. S-Thug right there to pick up with the damage dealt, though. Now the focus goes back over towards mid-map. Peg has snuck his way through, and even though we're in a 2v4, Peg may find time to catch a handful for free. Just decides to get the 1 and get out. Recovery still required, though, here for Wolves, as the bomb was dropped over towards A.
And look at the coverage just around A as a whole. You also have an understanding from S-Thug that somebody should be around the flank. Peg is just expecting someone to drop down the ladder. Are they going to pass each other like 2 ships in a night?
Really, there shouldn't be a reason that S-Thug has to move. His only responsibility is to watch this cross. Peg trying to find things in the backside of the Tribe spawn. Nothing yet. He's going to try to re-approach this from mid. Oh, but King sees 1. Nice little adjustment. Snaps out of Rabala for the headshot. 2v2. Tribe is completely isolated. Here comes Peg. S-Thug has to hit this if he decides to commit. Meanwhile, other side of the map in the 1v1. It's a sniper battle. Who's hits first? Pistol out for King, and at the same moment, Peg does cross with that Thug and still finds the kill. Wolves 2-0 up.
Very interesting to be able to find yourself in a 2v2, and the answer is, well, let's just completely separate from each other and just find ourselves clearing different sides of the map rather than trying to conjoin over at A. It works out for Wolves. They have a 2-0 lead now. Going back to their first round strategy, this time 4 players strong inside of A while 1 watches the mid scoop.
Same hit from both teams. This time Tribe kind of paying back a little bit of respect, but that toll, that Snug still drops. Wolves full control of A. And I will say, just thinking back to Season 4, this is how LG beat him too. Hit him with aggression, and if there's no answer defensively, just keep doing it until they figure it out. And with Neon collecting another elimination and the bomb being planted, it's looking good for Wolves again in their post plan.
Realistically, all going to have to either come through mid or through the front of the defensive side of A. You don't have the numbers to try to do it. What throwables do you possibly have in your arsenal to try to work your way back in?
Rehan looking for jump peaks. He's been tagged. King also gets a read in the player mid-map. That's good information for the post-plant defenders inside the site. In particular, it's Peg. Meets it head-on. More play from Rabalo. Jake now looking for a bit of a cross-up, and easy kills come through. And this is just rinse, wash, repeat for Wolves. Tribe have to give us an answer right here, right now in round 4, or this search may be out of hand.
Crazy call for a strategy. I mean, if you can't figure out our aggression, what are you going to do? Just continue to be aggressive.
Yep.
Why not? It's been working out. Where are these nades going if you are Tribe off the rip to try to stop this?
They've been trying to get stuff down over towards A, but it just has not landed. Smoke out towards mid. Different hit for Jing. Trying to get deep, and uh-oh. In trouble is Raballo. Down to half HP, trying to finesse his life, but there's nowhere to go. There's no help anywhere either. I mean, Tribe, they're all statues. They're planted in cement. No one's moving over to rotate to assist in any form, and now the B site's wide open. You've got players in your spawn. If you can't tell by the candor of my voice, it's just embarrassing. Wolves are making an absolute feast out of this Tribe defense.
I mean, Wolves just completely catching Tribe lacking the mental game of the S&D, thinking that they're going to go over towards A. They just completely bulldoze them over through the middle of the map, take the player down on the B heady. Numbers favoring that for Wolves. Nobody was surprised, looking for round number 4 in a row.
And I'm lost on options in terms of what do you do to crack the code here. At the moment, it's just down to can you make an individual play. Solo gets some real estate, but it's not for sale. Now down to S-Thug. He's stuck up a creek without a paddle, without a boat, without floaties. Nothing. Nothing's keeping him afloat. 4-0 up our Wolves. And, oh boy, this is getting real ugly real quick for Tribe.
Cement shoes almost coming through for Tribe as far as this water joke is concerned. It almost has to come down to it that, look, you might as well 5-player stack something defensively, and if they're not at that bomb site, just try to flip out the map, because these nades at the beginning aren't stopping anything. Wolves are, again, switching their effect, not going over towards A, not hitting mid or B very quickly. They're waiting for the information and the nades to come through before they decide where they want to go.
Bit of patience here for Wolves overall. Tribe, I'm sure, is going to be happy to see all 5 members last for more than 15 seconds in the round. Can they use that as an opportunity to get themselves on the board here, though? Lots of doubt, I'm sure, starting to creep into the defensive minds of Tribe, having not seen anything at all yet. You got Raballo, who snuck a little bit forward over towards A-side reactor. He's going to make sure no one enters. Space is the one trusted to watch this cross, but he gets smoked out. So now you look over to Solo and Raballo. Can they rotate in to even contest this plant, or are Tribe just going to play full retake? Nades over the top will work. Okay, good discipline from Space to get the first blood.
Seems that the full-on retake might just be the case. I mean, look, if you are Space, you are watching this with the sniper rifle, you know you have, should have at least one player trapped, but the 1v1 down low goes in the way of Peg. And just where one domino falls, the soon after is another. Raballo falls, 3v4.
And if Peg is feeling confident to slide shell into one-dimensional angles like that and still come out on top,
dirty.
Yeah. So Space still playing Sniper's Nest. Just trying to see if anyone crosses over towards middle, but it doesn't make much of a difference. You've got a double stack of post-plant offensive players inside Reactor and the generator building. Jing can get forward, just play a 1-for-1 angle. Peg on the flank. I mean, no, it's just all turning up aces for Wolves.
This is the fall-in-your-face moment if you are Tribe, trying to play this reactionary to what Wolves are constantly throwing at you. They're trying to make proactive decisions, but Wolves can play just as patient and try to flush you out of these different angles and win the gunfights, as you just saw from Peg.
Last round of this half, Wolves going back to the old tried and true. Get your trophies down, get your nades out, run on in towards A, and no one for Tribe could do anything about it. Plant should surely come in quickly, waiting for a couple of defensive delayed nades to make sure that the planter stays safe. So Tribe using a lot of utility, but not finding much with it. They're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Counter-offensive nades being tossed over towards middle. And keep your eye on number 4 in yellow. King is deep in towards mid at the moment. Does he check this corner? No, not quite. So a bit of hesitancy here from Wolves have actually kind of given a lifeline back over to Tribe, now 5v4.
And they completely cleared the entirety of the site. However, being able to clear away that B lane meant that Rihan can hold that angle, take down Neon. The 3v5 in a post-plant situation, but that you have to try to retake the site if you are Tribe.
Crossfire for Wolves at the front doors at mid. It goes 2-for-1, make it 4-for-1. Are you kidding me? All it is an SMG crossfire. Tribe trying to hit it with numbers, and it comes up absolutely ineffective. 1v1. Rihan taking on Shing. And it's just Rihan's got no intel at all. Not a lot of time. And Xing is just going to sit here and say, defuse if you want to. I've got the sound cues at my favor. Although Rihan wins the gunfight. That's the round that Tribe take? Okay.
That round shouldn't even been in a 1v1 in the first place. Even in a post-plant situation, you had a 2-player advantage.
It's 5v3.
And your decision was to one-dimensionally work your way through a narrow choke point into an SMG crossfire.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? At least you got yourself on the board. Still trailing by 4. Sides will swap. Now it's Tribe's turn for an offense, quickly rushing towards B.
And I will say, just to kind of breed a little bit of confidence for the NA side of things in this conversation, we've said that Tribe sometimes plays one half of the map terribly, the other half great.
Oh, good point.
Not looking good here, though.
Okay.
First 3 kills quickly tallied by Wolves on this adjustment over towards the B defense, and the follow-up is perfect. It's just, you could tell there's just the coordinative level between these two teams is there's a big gap between the two.
There's an Atlanta-sized Walmart in between these two teams at the moment as far as this meltdown search and destroy is concerned. Wolves will put themselves up on map.
Try to wrap around the back. Responsible for that is Space. Everyone else focused on mid or the front. King will make first contact. Sees the player still standing on top of the bomb site. Can't quite hit the snipes as of yet, and that will be enough for Zai to say, okay, I know where I need to go. Let me get there. Trying to find Rabalo over the heady. Nasty shot from King. Good help as well from Zai. Here comes the full collapse. Any kills for Tribe to be found anywhere? I mean, at this point, they're just getting completely broken down. Last player left is going to be number 4 in S-Thug, and he can only do so much. It is a literal beatdown, 7-1. Wolves will take the map and be primed to knock out Tribe.
But it's still standoff. And when you go back and you look at the total numbers in between all of the maps that have been played so far, even in a 9-point difference for that Hacienda map number 1, Wolves are a bunch of slayers.
Yeah.
And I think that's terrifying when you think about standoff, because standoff in COD Mobile, when it comes down to a control map, is overtime for a handful of spawn traps.
Very much so the case. It is one of those things, like, I again, after day 1, going into day 1, is talking a lot about how Wolves is a very one-dimensional team. They only played Summit and Takeoff coming into this event in Hardpoint. Firing range Tunisia was by far their best search and destroys. And then in Crossroads, or not in Crossroads, but on Control, you know that they're going to veto Raid because they hate it. So you're going to have to prep yourself up for one or the other, depending on pick your poison type situations. And it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. No. I don't think Tribe set themselves up for a tremendous amount of success in the map pool, but at the same rate, I just don't know how you pick between those two controls if you're Tribe, figuring that is a map pool, or a map 3 rather, that you have to win if you want to have a chance in the series.
I will say this much, taking a look at the player cams and at least turning around, taking a look at all Tribe on the stage, there's some smiles coming through. Okay, so vibes are clearly there. They're not truly down mentally. And I think that's a very important step in the right direction to start the reverse sweep, just as I completely tap on my Hopium tank that we were talking about earlier.
Still some gas left in that?
Just, it's a little bit, but it's starting to run on E very, very quickly. So I think that if you are Tribe, you do have to come out and you cannot relent off the gas whatsoever. Once you start to find a handful of eliminations, you cannot afford to overextend. You have to maintain map control to keep Wolves in the spawn trap.
Just for reference sake, Tribe are in combination of Season 4 3-0 on this map mode combo, but 2 of their wins were versus Dice and Devious in the group stage. The other was a 3-0 versus Mayhem yesterday. So that's where we have to try to find some confidence here from Tribe, and it doesn't start well. Already you've got Wolves players inside Grandma's trying to set up a bit of a spawn trap. Solo provides an exit over towards the backside of the A-bomb site, so maybe a chance for him to at least put some pressure onto Wolves and maybe find a way to get onto B early, but Nyan will shut him down. Zai follows right back up, and no Tribe member will touch a zone.
Had at least a player over towards the statue tank and got themselves closer towards a hotel, but just as soon as you have any semblance of a map control offensively for Tribe, Wolves just step forward, shut it down. Tribe, however, able to work their way from their spawn, have a couple players past Deli trying to get back hotel once more.
It's costing so much lives.
Yep.
14 playing 23, 30 seconds on the clock. They have to find success now, and the SMGs for Wolves will shut down any play through gas. And look at the spread defensively on the minimap. You've got players at mid and cafe. You've got a double stack over towards tractor, players in gas station. There's nowhere for Tribe to go that's not a choke point right now. And you can see exactly what happens when you try to, be the Persians in the Battle of Thermopylae reference that I was about to pull for the Battle of 300. You don't want to go into a choke point.
Deep reference.
Yeah, very deep. Very historically facted. Yeah.
All right. And again, just maneuvering their way through all these different choke points. It realistically just feels like a total blender, doesn't it? The way that Wolves have just set themselves up continuously. Able to at least get past the tractor over towards the B zone, but at what cost? You got the first segment. All of that for a drop of blood, 1v14 winnable?
Well,
no.
Not quite.
Okay.
And that's about as convincing as you'd expect. And here's the thing about it, when it comes down to standoff defense, you're going to build yourself a huge advantage in the operator costs if you do rounds like that.
Yeah.
If you're on your next offense, which Peg's already earned his. You would imagine with his 10 kills that Neon's not too far behind, and then Zai would be right after that. So you've got a lot of opportunity here if you're Wolves to get early operator usage, a chance to have an advantage over one of the 2 zones. And Tribe have just completely neglected the right side of the map here defensively. They're so focused on the A break-off that now Wolves have not 1, not 2, but 3 members deep over towards B. The only And, well, it's not where you want to be trying to re-aggress from. Rabalo shut down, and Wolves will get the first stick of progress on the B site.
That is not exactly what you want to see whatsoever if you are Tribe, expecting for the push to come over towards A through the middle of the map, over by Deli. Nuh-uh, not going to be happening. They try to push over towards the tractor. They're able to get that first segment over at B. But Control is just a fickle monster that always comes down to the opening breakoffs. And once you know it, Wolves, both defense and offensive like, have one set opening breakoff. Peg there for the equalizer, just completely putting them in the dirt. 21 plays up against 13.
And the clock has stopped the entire time that these kills keep coming through. So it just makes matters worse here for Tribe's defense. They have called in a couple of operators, but you can kind of tell by Estug, he's not 100% sure where the hit's even coming from here for Wolves. I mean, that's just a bunch of Sparrow shots that get thrown into the abyss. While Wolves are, almost going to be able to lock down the A zone. Just a fraction of a segment away, but regain comes through. Rabalo making a little bit more punishment happen with the War Machine out, and a bit of regain here from Tribe defensively.
All right, War Machine now invested for Rabalo, trying to keep them at bay. Look, 9v14 with just under 50 seconds left. This round could be convertible. Able to at least find one on the Xing. The push is being stuck over by the tractor. One player has slipped the net inside of L. It's going to be pegged. Finds a kill, gets away with his life, but the trades are going to be good.
Time becoming a bit of an issue now all of a sudden for Wolves. 30 seconds on the clock. 10 playing up against 7, but the biggest enemy may be the clock overall. Xing able to sneak through the statue tank side. Zai trying to join him, but shut down. Isolation should come through here for Tribe. Second tick of progress, also not going to be fully locked as of yet. There it is. Xing, 1v1 on the opposite side here at Bakery. And it looks like Tribe are not fully committed to fully clearing him out. If you give Wolves an extra 60 seconds here, that may be all they need to just play this as a TDM, and the Purifier gets shut down in the same breath. 3v2 situation. Minute 27 on the clock with that capture at B. Shut down on Rabalo, who tried to find the exit of Xing. Now down to 1. It's all on to Rehan. Slow start, just 4 kills. But can he be a hero and try to keep Tribe in the game? Third tick of progress being worked on, and he gets red. Wolves will take the offense with the eliminations and be 1 round away from 3-0 Tribe.
I mean, you feel like that if you are taking a look at it from Tribe's perspective, the Purifier does need to be invested just to be able to at least convert that round. considering that you're still down in lives, but the quickness that it did get shut down is a little concerning coming into this one. 2 operators into the back pockets for Tribe. Nothing on the board. The Annihilator's already popped for Zai, just starting things off as hot as he came in towards this series. It is a damn near flawless opening once again for Wolves.
And now you've got lanes locked down. You can start to move forward into this potential spot trap, especially with the Annihilator out. Oh my God! Headshot through the hay bales. Space will eventually shut it down, but I wouldn't even call it a silver lining. Jing with the Gravity Vortex gun also trying to get forward. He also gets put back to respawn, but it's a 6 life advantage and only 50 seconds for Tribe to work on a spawn with.
It's not looking likely. 17 points up against 25 operators, not even around the corner, already being invested by Solo, trying to work his way closer towards some of these objectives. You do have some semblance of control around Hotel inside the courtyard, trying to keep these players at bay. I mean, Space is trying to wait for the push that's coming through over by Square, but they are at least stopping the clock progression at A.
Yeah, and the equalizers will make sure there is no immediate follow-up here for Wolves. 3 life gap. Second tick lock, third on the way. Wolves likely to concede this and set themselves up around the B zone. Maybe one chance to kind of take a peek, see if you can find some kills and recontest it, but instead, with Tribe trying to find an exit, Wolves will hold their ground. 17 plays 15, minute 40 on the clock. Tribe trying to find a transition to B, but the long flank from Wolves will kind of keep them in place a little while longer. Good kills come through, and that breeds at least an opportunity for Tribe to get through mid-map.
Minute 26, very doable with lives just being about even. Walking through the blender, though, over by Statue, going 1 for 1 is Zai, who's having himself a hell of a control, up to 19 eliminations, 21 for Peg. You can almost hear a pin drop. Gotta try to work your way closer towards this B control zone if you are Tribe, but most importantly, you have to clear all of Bakery.
It's where's the bait and switch right there? It's just the Solo Chow comes in. Jing says, thank you very much. S-Thug does turn things at least marginally back towards Tribe's favor. Able to use the Sparrow to some success, but a pushback again comes through. 7 plays 6. Rabalo, desperate in nature, gets the War Machine over towards the B zone. No defenders are on it, though. So it does actually thread the needle, finds Jing. That's inside the doorway, actually. You may not know it, but it was an impressive shot over the top. 5 plays 4. Here comes the potential hit for Tribe. Still kind of meandering outside the zone, and off respawn, Wolves are just picking them apart in no man's land. You got to commit. Find a way to get onto the zone. 30 seconds on the clock. 2v3 was S-Thug gets 1, but King able to put things a touch more out of reach. Now just down to S-Thug. He will be shut down, and Wolves will clean things up. 3-0 the control.
And I feel like Wolves made a massive statement with this, though, because we saw the interview with Tribe. They knew they had a lot to live up to. You guys are saying that they you know, considering Seattle, everything that happened in Seattle, this was another decisive 3-0. Wolves are like, even if Tribe wants to come back, they want to try and renew the dynasty. Right now, it's our time.
Yep.
We're going to own this entire stage. You can see reflected in the stats up here. I mean, come on.
Peg and Zai are a problem. They were, and I will say, like, again, after yesterday's matches, I know Wolves came out of their groups 3-0, but I was not particularly impressed in any form with how they played their hardpoint in particular. Like, they had their map selection versus Kings, able to play Summit, and they still had to put together some heroics to beat them there. They had to pull off a 250-249 comeback against Kagendra, who flat out threw the game. And then they got beat down by Q9 on Apocalypse. So it's just, you know, one of those things that the individual skill helped Wolves get through the hard points. And I think we've got potential MVP candidates here between Peg, Xing, and Zai. Just the three of them at moments throughout the entirety of the weekend, they've been unbelievable.
And I'm glad you said that too, because Zai was one that was called out in the interview before we even started the match as a potential MVP candidate to begin with.
Big time.
We see that now, why that was even an option, but it's not just Zai. Like you're saying, there's multiple options. Wolves are going to be a team that they're going to be keeping their eyes on here throughout the rest of tomorrow. But match number 4 being done means that is our 4th and final team into tomorrow, and one more team knocked out, which means one more interview with FDOT ready to go. FDOT, how are they feeling?
All right, fantastic stuff so far. And the end to our second day, the first day of the big bracket. FDOT here on the floor in front of the bomb wall. We've got our friend over here, King from Wolves, and our buddy Zion, who's been doing a lot of work here with our international squads from the East. So, King, North America might be a little surprised to see their Tribe Gaming 3-0'd. You guys were dominant. Are you, or do you think your fans surprised?
对于 Tribe 他们来说，这一次被3-0，可能他们还有一点惊讶。那对于你们来说，你们有感到任何的惊喜吗？
因为其实这次的3-0在我们的意料之内嘛，因为毕竟我们去年成绩就是4强，我们今年回来打这个世锦赛就是剑指冠军的。
We actually saw this coming. We are super confident because we have been working super hard for the whole year, and this time coming back around, we are going to win the championship.
I mean, it certainly looks like it. The play has paid off. Is there something specific about their game that has made them so dominant?
完全看得出来你们的努力现在我们都有目共睹。你们的战术上面有什么样特别的方案让你们如此的强大吗？
我们并没有什么特别的战术，就是我们全部选手加上教练，我们心一齐就能打败任何队伍。
We don't actually have any special strategies or game. We are just playing all together, all our players and our coaches. And when we're all together, we're powerful, we're unstoppable.
And King, one last question. If, or rather when you win, what will be the most meaningful part of that win?
最后一个问题，当你赢了一切的时候，对于你来说，意义最重的地方是在于什么呢？
我认为赢下这场比赛没有什么特别的意义嘛，因为这都是在我们的意料之内。
There is nothing that is super meaningful to us because this was all expected.
You gotta love it. Cool, calm, and collected. Well, as we've done, you knocked him out there, knock him out here.
I am here for that level of confidence. That was just, I mean, Diamonds under pressure? Like, dang.
It's probably a good thing that Dot was holding the mic. Otherwise, I felt like that King was probably going to drop it on the floor.
Expensive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But it would look cool.
It's really hard to put into words what happened today, flat out. I think overall, the biggest thing about it is the West slept on the East this year. I think there was a lot of this, LG is going to be a super team. Sure. They're not going to sweat anybody. LATAM still has Inco. They were going to be like the big hope for LATAM to elevate above third. None of that's really come true to this point. The only hope really now rests with LG, the only Western team left around, and flat out, the West got handled by the East all tournament long, and that did not stop today.
3-0s.
All day.
All day. That's how dominant the top 4 were. We'll take a look back at the brackets. You can visually see what happened if you're just joining us, at least see those results for how today went. It doesn't tell the full story, but your top 4 heading into tomorrow are Luminosity Gaming, Godlike, Q9, and Wolves Esports. Is this the top 4 you foresaw?
Nobody had this.
No.
No one had this.
And if you did, honestly, at me on Twitter and show me the date that you created that file, because there is just simply no way that you even had Godlike, let alone inside your top 8, making it out of Swiss, let alone for Q9 versus Wolves, that we're going to have that not once but twice on the entire weekend. Nobody had this coming.
This is going to be a really fun day tomorrow, too. I think that bottom matchup between Q9 and Wolves is a story as old as time now at this point.
Yeah, it is.
They've played each other a ton, and we're going to have a million storylines to run through in terms of Wolves have historically dominated that matchup, but you got to keep in mind that they beat them on the Swiss stage, but that's after Q9 had established themselves as being China's best from when they played at Masters. So there's a bit of drama there. As much as the Eastern teams have focused on the West, you can't keep it outside of China for that semifinal. And then I think for LG, I don't have this fear fully, but you can't overlook Godlike and prepare for one of the 2 Chinese teams for an anticipated grand finals, because that Godlike team was polished today. I know they beat up on SPG, but if you were to put any of those teams we saw today against them on the other side, they would have had similar results, I think. They looked really, really good.
Yeah, I think every single one of these teams needs to be going home, back to the hotel for now, or wherever they are, and hardcore voting. They need to know every single in and out of the teams they're going up against, have every little bit of information they could use to their advantage, because if they don't, we saw how the smallest things, whether it is your map picks and bans, not paying. Final thoughts, Proper.
I agree with Alan, which is very rare to happen, but I absolutely agree he is spitting fire today.
I'm not going to disagree with any of that. It's been a phenomenal day of competition, but day 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship has come to a close, and our top 4 teams have been decided. Tomorrow will be the epic conclusion of this competition, where we get to crown ourselves a global champion. It is going to be so much fun, so exciting. You are not going to want to miss a single second of it, so make sure you are tuning in back here tomorrow to see what happens. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for making this whole thing possible. And of course, thank you to everyone both here and at home for joining us to watch the competition. It is going to be fantastic.